Well, hello there, everybody. Hello there. Hello there, Tratt. Hello there, Texture. Hello, Flat Eyes. Thanks for the well done. All these claims. We're going with drum and bass today. I've had to put out every trick in the peaso armory to get the energy together today. I am a low energy peaso, but I may be a low energy peaso, but I'm thinking top Track Fangs. It was the other thing on offer. Good afternoon, morning. So yeah, this isn't the actual game soundtrack, just for clarity. And we also have a side topic. If you care about the YouTube channel, what do you think I should be doing with it? I'm thinking making a series on openings. I saw a Spiderman in cinema yesterday. He was great, says Tratt. I have heard it's good. I'm not a massive Spider-Man fan myself, but I'm not gonna be a negative Nigel about this. I'm glad you had a good time. So, what do people think about top Track Fangs? I do like spiders. It's true. Yeah, what's the deal? Why don't I like Spider-Man, even though I like spiders? If you are higher spooned, I would suggest making lots of Go videos. Yeah, that's a great idea, Flat Eyes. That's a really good idea. I should make loads of Go videos. Top Track Fangs in the 6, what's called a winning stipulation. Well, I don't know about the winning, but it's definitely a stipulation. Alright, let's do it. Love to see Rocky or Green, says Flat Eyes. Crikey. That's, do we have a tiebreaker? Maybe we'll do a Top Track Fangs to start with. Rocky or Green, though. I do like Rocky. Rocky's quite hard. Against... If you don't get a good early major, you're a sad little panda. Green plus Wildfire. You are overestimating my spoon count there, Bacon. Had to resort to using drum and bass to give me energy. Daily Quick with Pizza videos where you explain pros and cons of different canned foods. Yeah, that's more like the Pizzo lifestyle. I've just gone with... Actually, let's see. Oh, we're on D board. Just picking from the... Maybe we'll try England top track. So we're playing with a stip here. We have to clear the top track first. Green Prussia 6 is a Bacon suggestion. Maybe we'll try the top track Fangs thing first, and then we'll do Green Prussia 6. How about that? I think Green should be in a hand of Prussia 6. But I've just not been playing much Spirit Island at the moment. Just not been playing many games at all. It's weird, been reading. Okay. So we are at the start. What do we think about this then, huh? First decision, of course, is where to put our opening presents. But I'm really kind of just thinking more generally than that. Just try to get a feel for the position, you know? Or something like that. Probably we should put the presents over here anyway. Yeah, we'll put it over here. Had a tough time with Green Prussia 6. I'm 1 for like 7. Interesting. I always just think of Green as super powerful, but... I mean, Prussia is gonna... The thing is, as Green, you should be able to just throw presents at that opening stage 3 card. So you can get through that, and then... I don't know what you do. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. But yeah, we could do Pizzo's Tin Food Challenge for the YouTube channel. I'm sure that would be good. We are against England. We should just quickly go over that. So if they get 7 buildings in one land, they win. And bear in mind, I am playing with a stipulation because why not? The Escalate, they build in their land with most buildings, heretofore known as London. They build in lands without buildings as long as that land's adjacent to at least 2 buildings before the build action. Start with some stuff. They've got an extra build tile. Buildings have extra health, which is a pain. And they also have more fear in the fear pool. So there's 5 instead of 4 per spirit. And if there's a card in here and there's not a fear card generated, then this will actually be a double build. Pretty bad. Hey there, Blues. I think that's a third there for Blues. What even is Prestige anymore? He trashed France and Sweden 6 is a fair enough matchup for England 6. Oh yeah, get like Sweden 6 is easy for green. Because the real danger in Sweden is all on the Ravage. So you just don't let them do that. It's like, no, I'm not letting you. Where are these Dahana going to die? So yeah, this is a top track Fangs. I have to go top track all the way. Whether I like it or not. And I'm not sure I like it. We're definitely putting a presence in here. And I wonder what we're doing turn 1. We'll have 2 energy if we go this option here. So probably the thing to do is to do the standard Terry's chase app here. I mean, it might be worth preying on the builders in here. Potentially, we could put a presence in here, turn it into a beast, bring it in there, prevent the town build. And maybe we'll get lucky on the event and get some defend. I'll do cooking with flat eyes videos, but they make Blues sad. Yeah, number 1 rule of the channel is don't make Blues sad. Please don't make Blues sad. So we're going to be stuck on, because we're going with this ridiculous stipulation, we're going to be stuck on 2 actions for a long time. We probably still do want to be looking at a minor power turn 1, because all of our start powers are kind of useful. Prey, I think, are particularly useful against England. We like this bit of fear here. I mean, we're going to find better cards, but probably for now we start with a minor power. What sort of atrocities would you be committing that would make me sad, says Blues. Yeah, flat eyes. So I think it is a minor power turn 1. Interestingly, we should be able to get our ranging hunt innate fairly easily. Mostly. Yeah, I think turn 1 is minor power, even though we're going top track. Ooh, sap is very good. That will help us in here and get us a counterattack. And clear this city. Remember, this city does have extra health. This is probably the clear favourite. And there's part of me that almost wants to race through the game because I'm not sure what my odds are on this. I couldn't tell you. Well, I mean, if I knew, I could tell you, but I don't know. That's my point here. That's what I'm driving towards. How does cream of tomato soup plus pre-cooked stuffed pasta float your boat? I think I've been getting a bit too adventurous in the kitchen lately, and I'm making myself ill. I'm gonna take sap. It's just really good. So we don't have any air, so we're gonna need to be in there, but that's relatively easy for us to range. So if we prevent the build in here, we're gonna need to move a beast over here, which we could do. We can move this presence from here up to here. Oh no, we need this presence here for Terry's chase. Okay, maybe we don't. Maybe we convert this to a beast. Because this presence needs to stay here and we need a presence over here. Ah, no. We'll take this presence from here to here and we'll leave a presence in here. Though, yeah, we'll leave the presence in here because we're more likely to want to really build up. And remember, we're playing top track stipulation. So I don't have an option there. By emptying the cans and tying them to the sides of the boat. The boat. There is no boat. The boat is dead. So we're chasing this town out, probably into here. Bear in mind, probably turn 2, I'm going to look at a major and get rid of one of these, depending on what the major is. Not that we'll be able to afford anything, but it'd be good to know what we're working with. Well, hello there, nerds of the West. Hello there. see if my handy bot will tell me what you've been up to. Welcome. I'm Peasant, playing Spirit Island, which is my favourite game. And we're doing Fangs today with a top track stipulation against England 6. I don't think my odds of winning are that high. They're reasonable. So we're going to take this presence from here to here. Looks like we're going to be able to avoid Blight this turn. So I think, yeah, we do convert, and we want to bring this beast, because it's not doing anything, to here. So we're going to convert that one. Hello there, Real Mackay. Hello there. Welcome, nerds of the West. I don't think of myself as from the West. I was born in Bristol, raised in Somerset. But alas, I don't sound like it. Which is a great disappointment. So we need to bring this presence over here for the sake of prey on the builders. We're not doing any damage on the way. We'll bring this presence, and then we've got to stick it in here. And bring this presence. And we kind of... Do we need to... I was going to say, do I actually need to do this? Is this an inaccuracy? I've already got the animal. I don't need the third animal. This might be an inaccuracy, because it's going to be it's preventing a town build. But then it means we've got a safe defend rather than a risky defend. So actually, no, I think it's fine. Do I want to bring in extra beasts, or would I rather leave one in here? If we get lucky, we're clearing this land. So I'm going to leave this beast in here. This beast might take care of this explorer at some point. Okay, so we do... This build here is prevented. They build a town down here. I wonder what... see if my shout command works. It didn't work last stream. I'm curious about what these nerds of the West are up to. Is my shout command working? No. Nothing works. Okay, mountain explore. Okay. Well, hello there. Okay, Deep Rock Galactic. Crikey. Hey, Buttspot. Don't be calling people things like that. Hello. Weirdly, I was reading a book earlier, and one of the characters in the book, though it was actually talking about another book, so I don't know if the character's actually in a book, it was called Butt Peabody. Like, why would you name anyone that? Mainly board game channel. Oh, nice, Real. Nice. What's your main thing? I used to play all sorts of board games, and then a combination of pandemic and this game just ended all my board gaming, my general board gaming. We don't really want to cluster this. We don't want to make this any bigger than it is, so I'm going to push this into Sands. I'll put the Explorer in with the Beast. The Beast might just kill it. Gotta love you and leave you, but enjoy Spirit Island. Have a great stream. Hey, thanks, nerds. Yeah, Spirit Island is it's the best island. Clearly the best island. Okay, so we've got a nice sap defendant here, and we are playing stip, so we're playing this plant. So we are gonna effortlessly have ranging hunt. And I was saying about getting a major this turn, but we don't have much energy. We could just go for another minor power. And as long as we play Teeth or too near, we'll actually have our threshold on hunt, because sap has got the animal element on it, which is very good of it. What do we do about these things here? So yeah, we can't afford a major, especially with the stip in play. I can't afford to skip any presence placement either. We can have a cheap turn this turn and play a major next turn, potentially. I wonder... Okay, so too near or Teeth. I mean, Teeth is good. It's getting a little bit more firepower on the board. I don't really want to forget Prey, so I'm probably going to be forgetting Terrifying Chase soon. Soon, TM. And I kind of want to hang on to both of these because they've got the perfect elements. Because we are stuck on 2 plays until quite a few turns, unless we get a bit of help from the event deck. A little bit of the old years of Little Rain. We could just forget Terrifying Chase. Get a major this turn. And then plan for it. Hey, thanks for the follow, nerds. The advantage, of course, of having a decent-sized hand is that I don't have to reclaim too often. Reclaim it does get me a chance to gain a power card, though, and I will be. This cost will be irrelevant at some point once I've gone down this track a bit. Too Fair is handy. Yeah, it is handy. Especially given that I'd say my go-to England 6 strategy is to be having a fear card. And with 2 plays, that ain't happening, babe. Don't know who I'm calling babe there. So maybe I do need to look at the majors now, just for planning purposes. We could use... If we use Tooth Gleam this turn, we could actually prevent the double build next turn in the wetland. I'm not that worried about the double build, though. Bacon would get 1 more minor. Pushing to hard more important with sap in hand. That is true. Yeah, I mean, it does do... I mean, Terrifying Chase does do quite a lot. It's Too Fair, it's a useful push. The thing is, I am almost certainly going to need a major. Given that I only have 2 plays, right? And given that I'm not going to have more than 2 plays because of this outrageous stip. And I might need to look at more than 1 major to get a good one. I'm not keen to lose prey on the builders either. Against England. If I go sap too near, I can at least... This is not a preventable build. Oh, it will be a preventable build if this city gets killed in the Ravage, which it probably will. Hey there, Spacehawk. Not worried about the double build, and the event populates those empty double build lands. Well, we're against England, so it's kind of... I don't know, 1 double build isn't generally disastrous, in my experience. You definitely need faith majors because top Track Fangs is worse, yeah. I probably should put in the title what's going on, people that are just joining. Spur Island. Top Track Fangs. Stip. In all caps. Because people love it when you shout on the internet. You can't forget Prey. I mean, the thing is, I think I need that. I can't just gamble that I'm going to just draw the best major. That's the trouble. That's the trouble. Which is why I kind of want to start looking now. I don't really want to forget either of these, though, because they enable my ranging hunt. And also, if I do get a beast major, Teeth Gleam is a good way of adding more beasts in. All right, Butsy. All right, Butsy, Pioneer. But then another defend card or something could be good, so I think I will. We're still early enough that a useful miner could make a big difference. It's more beasts. Oh, there's the resilience. Look at these perfect elements. Also, it's the perfect card. It does need a sacred site, but as long as we pay attention to that, it's not too bad. Not too shabby. Now, they are against England 6, so we need more than 1 Dahan to clear buildings in a Ravage, but I think this is the clear pick because it has perfect elements, so I'm not going to waste too many peaso brain cells on that decision. So, given we're going to want to play one of these We need to make sure that we actually leave a presence here rather than converting it into a beast immediately. So we're defending in here this turn. There's no Ravage to worry about, so it's going to be Sap. And then probably I'll go with Teeth Gleam to just get more beasts out there. And then next turn we'll Nature's Resilience in here to defend and prevent the Ravage. We'll probably let this go unless I get particularly... No, we use our Innate in here. Clear this Explorer. In the Ravage here, the counter hopefully will kill the city, and then if this is empty there won't be a build because there'll only be one adjacent building. The event could ruin that, of course. It's way better than Quicken, because 0 range Sacred is a huge pain for Fangs. Yeah. Whereas with Resilience, if you've got just, you can kind of have a Sacred Site somewhere. It is such a strong card. I mean, I've even got a Water here for this fast effect. Do love a bit of fast blight removal. So, bearing in mind I need a Sacred Site next turn for this defend here. Because if I can delay the reclaim, that's useful. This presence here is not doing anything, so probably... Actually, we could make a Sacred Site in here. In fact, we could have our Sacred Site here and it'd be fairly safe for the meantime, given that this is quite a big defend. Yeah, and D-board's weird, so we do have this useful presence here. I guess we just can't target in here right now, but we don't need to. Okay, and we do have our presence conversion. This is actually the only viable presence to convert. It looks like we're not going to leak any blight this turn, so I think we can keep converting. We'll bring this beast into one of these, into this land. Yeah, we'll make the Sacred Site in here next turn. And we need this presence for Sap. It's so easy to mess up the targeting in this game. Okay, and then... So it's tempting to go too near, just so that we could maybe forget it next turn and have more energy for a major. Except we don't have a great turn for too near because we don't have a presence in this jungle. Which means that... Actually... there is no great turn for too near. If we go to Teeth Gleam, then the 1 fear from this plus the 2 fear from this city should mean we've got a card for when this wetland is here. So I think that's okay. It's okay. Don't you just love it when things are okay? And I've not even thought about this much. We need to make sure there's a... Oh, just do this first. Now, we could actually relocate this presence in one of these lands. He is good for a potential counterattack. This is more likely than this, because this is going to be sand or jungle. So I'll leave the presence in here. So bring in a beast, bring in a presence. That explorer is dead for now. And hopefully this Ravage will clear this city and then this build won't happen despite being against England. Let's see. In each coastal land, push and explore 1 land inland. In each. Okay, hopefully we don't have to push into here. Interestingly, if we push the Explorer in here, it gives us a decent counterattack for this Dahan, assuming I'm not pushing more Dahan in here. Because currently it's going to build a town, which has 3 health, we only do 2 damage, so we may as well push it in here. And we're well over defending it. 6 defend versus 4 attack should be fine. And then we just need to make sure not to push this in here, right? So we'll push it. We can push it in here. Now we'll push it in here. Oh, I didn't even look at the bottom bit of the card. Well done, peasant. Beast Stonks already. So we get some fear and some beast moves. Oh, great opportunity to move some beasts over here. Oh, look at these early beast stonks. It's good. Like trying to get your fear coming at the right speed is kind of can be critical with England. You don't necessarily want want the beast stonks immediately, but this is fine. This is fine. If we stick both of these beasts in here, we could maybe smash this with our innate. No, we can't. We need to make the sacred site as well. Oh, actually, we could. No, we can't. No, we can't. Mutter. I'll just mutter to myself a little bit. So it's tempting to put one in this desert, but I'm actually more. I'd rather have the big damage in here and let this go. This gives us real damage potential. There's not a lot going on in these. Yeah, put them all in there. And I should have checked this as well. Just slack, Bazin. This forever a casual. Push 2 Dahan for land with. Oh, that's a shame. No counterattack for us. But we could. Oh, what we can do is we can push in here for a better counterattack, and we'll have no lone Dahan. Is Fangs overpowered because all the events cards help with beasts, or is it balanced still? Ooh, that's a good question, Texture. I don't think Fangs is OP. Fangs has got this weird reputation for not being that strong. But I think that's because people don't use their Call Forth the Predator's ability much. I don't know. I'm not really well placed to speak about things like balance because I don't really push the game that hard. I just bimble around. I think top track's Fangs could beat England 6, but I think bottom track is made for it. 3 uniques that make fear, 1 that controls builds, and 2 damage and 8s. Okay, so we've got our fear card. And so we should get to skip this build now. Yeah, so we didn't that was good. Only about 1/3 activate beasts and blight severely limits. Yeah, Fangs. Okay, we did get sand, but that's fine. We're actually fairly well placed to get a good defend here. They are going to build a city, but that's fine. And we can gleam a little bit. See, we actually don't have any adjacent beasts right now. This, I'm probably just going to let this sand here go. So I'm sorry if you're from this bit of sand. I'm sorry. I'm letting it go. So we'll resilience in here next turn. The 4th beast, we could actually put it in any of these lands, because if we're doing the damage with our innate, we can just gather it with ranging hunt. And it might kill this lone explorer. Killing a city with my innate might not be the right thing to do. I think it's always right to put beasts in with invaders, though. Unless you've got a very particular thing in mind. Cool. It's looking alright. So, this turn, the key thing is to get this defended. And we have the equipment. We need to have a sacred site to do it, though. So... Oh yeah, there's going to be a build here. So we're pretty reclaiming next turn. Should get to 2 energy this turn. Played a multiplayer game with friends and used Fangs, and because they thought he was weak, they told me I could ignore his blight targeting restriction. What? What? What is the meaning of this? I mean, this is actually... I think I've been very lucky to get defend cards. Defend cards are very, very powerful. Even for a spirit like Fangs that only has 1 way of moving Dahan in their regular toolkit. Okay, so probably... Actually, wait a second. This is going to be a 7 damage Ravage next turn, so it's actually a little bit more than Resilience. So we might actually want to try and do a bit more damage in here. We could... we could take it down with 2 near the jungle. I mean, it's not very impressive, but it's something. I said no thanks. Called Midnight Bacon, not Midnight Basic. Wouldn't convert beast this turn, you want some spread out presence. Hey Glimmer, nice to see. I want to soften up this defense so that resilience is safe in there. I mean, it won't be... Yeah, I don't have a way of making us... Oh, what I could do... Yeah, there's nowhere I can actually do damage between here and here. I could turn this into a beast. I could kill this explorer. No work today, so I can stick around. Hey, nice. Nice to have you, Glimmer. Oh yeah, side chat discussion, if anyone's interested, is I'm hoping to be dedicating my Saturday afternoons to making YouTube videos again. So curious to see what people think about that. My inclination is to make stuff that's kind of beginner friendly. Help people who are kind of starting with the game. Because I think once you've played a chunk, you can kind of help yourself quite a lot, you know. And I'm not sure I'm the best person for that kind of higher level content. Yeah, no, just too casual. Do we look at a major this time? We could afford a cheap major, potentially. Well, not really. We are probably going to be reclaiming next turn. Maybe it's a minor power this turn and then a major power next turn. Actually, given that Nature's Resilience has perfect elements, all we need is a beast card. Kind of want to be doing some serious damage though. But yeah, I think just doing the damage in here is good. Killing a city in the fast phase is nice. It sets us up to be very close to the next fear card. We don't need more than 6 cards. There, I said it. But what would I actually forget out of this? Definitely not the defense. Maybe it would be too near the jungle. Or teeth. Depending on what I draw. See, this is looking like this could be where we forget prey. Though this could defend us from a double build, plus escalation somewhere. It also might be that we could just pivot straight into damage now. Given that we've got some help from these defend cards. This is classic peaso. I'm kind of going to these vague principles that I've come to. Too near. I mean, this turn I will have 2 energy to spend. So, I mean, if we get very lucky, we'll get mini fangs as well. Where are you, mini fangs? This one here. This is actually just one of my favourite cards. I think it's because I just like having fangs on whatever team. And it's fast fear. It's gorgeous. Adding extra beasts. And it would actually mean we could take a chunk out of this. That's the only viable major. Though actually I think other Peasant Beast Classic. Where is it? The much maligned, yet I'd be very happy to see it. What the hell is it? The other one that costs 2. Trees and Stones is probably more defend than we really need, but I'm talking about... There, it's Savage Transformation. I'd be up for some of this. Hey, Skeeve. May all the tigers be tigery. Yeah, let's hope. Sea monsters. Yeah. I mean, but those are things I'd be able to play this turn, right? So yeah, I think we start looking for majors now, this turn. We could well forget too near. Yeah, okay, so this is fine. Because, let's see what we get. Well. These are all far too expensive for us. Actually... None of them have animal element on. I think this might be something to forget. Hey, angels. 5 months of killing people we don't like. The joy. Thanks for the support. Jungle hungers. We've got Power Storm, Fire and Flood, Tsunami, Smothering Infestation. Jungle Hungs is a card I'm always happy to see against England. I actually think I'd rather have 2 near the jungle than these. Though we're actually looking, we're in a kind of position where we could keep it coastal. We could just pick up Tsunami, forget Prey. I mean, it's too expensive. Probably the best thing technically to do is actually just to forget the actual major. Smothering Infestation. I mean, it kills a city with Threshold. Threshold's not too hard. Does enable Nature's Resilience Threshold as well. Ish, but that needs 3 plays. And given that we're top track stipping here, we're not going to get 3 plays for a long time. So we can't... Oh, we can get Threshold because we've got Plant on our track. If we go Smothering Infestation with Sap Strength, then we actually can get fairly easy Threshold. 0 range City Destroy with a Disease and some Fear is alright. That's 4 Fear for 3 energy. It's reasonable. Still isn't awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's actually better. I mean, I'd forgotten about the Plant on the track. The nice thing about Tsunami is that it does do a lot of damage. Really, Peasant? Yeah, really. Trust me. 8 damage. So I think probably Prey on the Builders is the thing to forget. Because, to be honest, a turn with Smothering and Sap is actually not a bad turn, potentially, if it's this, especially if this defends good. Power Storm is interesting, but on its own, we don't have anything particularly Power Stormable here. I suppose spamming out more Stonks is good. You get damage innate with Smothering and Sap. You need that 3rd animal. Well, I'll have it soon. Now, I want to play 2 near the jungle this turn on this land here. To safen up my defend next turn. I think it's Prey. Power Storm has air. True. Okay, let's look at this. So Power Storm is kind of good. I mean, it's like it opens up all sorts of ridiculous stuff, right? Things like Power Storming, Paralyzing Fright, Power Storming, any number of good mages, says Bagley. What are some good 2-spirit combos for 1 new player and 1 not so new? I always recommend very new players play as River. Unless they're really excited thematically about a different spirit. Because it's got a quite straightforward plan. So anyone that's got some experience of playing strategy games is quite likely to be able to pick it up. So I almost always recommend River. For the experienced player, just to... I mean... okay, so generally when I teach someone, I play green. Because I can use it to help the other player as well. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Funk thinking along the same lines. I think Lightning is even more straightforward. Yeah, definitely like Lightning, River, Lightning, not Shadows. Shadows is a little bit funky, but I think if the new player is excited about a particular spirit, then I think you know, unless it's like a Jagged Earth spirit, then then I think just play. I think if you've got that interest in the theme, I think that's quite valuable. So Power Storm does have the air, which is... I suppose we could be Power Storming Sap. But remember, we are top track stipping, so we're not going to get a 3rd play for a while now. This actually could be a decent turn. I think I'm going to pick this for that reason. It's also something I could afford soon. And Prey, I think I can get rid of Prey. I think we're ahead enough that that's not completely ridiculous. And we could even put off the reclaim another turn, though I think this defend here is just straightforwardly a good thing to do. Lightning plus green can help him get the plays. Yeah. I mean, River's quite nice because I feel like Lightning, you're missing out on some of the most fun stuff in the game, which is like gaining new powers, whereas Lightning's a bit bad at that. So, yeah. I mean, we could do this turn. Hadn't quite realised. I guess I've got one more energy than I thought I had. The other thing to think about is turning this into a beast, potentially. It needs to be jungle or wetland to do that. We can afford it. If I defend in here, use innate in here, then I could push a beast to here. A pet beast with presence, and then use Tune of the Jungle. Try lightning plus green next. When I started fresh, River was a mystery for me. The strength of pushing invaders around wasn't clear at first. Yeah. I think whichever one you're kind of drawn to is good. But yeah, I guess it is a bit... It's weird. It's so long ago that I first played. I can't even remember what my first spirits were. I think. Lost to the mists of time. Brings a little too weird for a new player. In the Bacon opinion. No damage as such. Yeah, I think Ocean and Bring are probably not ideal for... Not your first game. Angels' first was green. I remember I taught a couple of friends and one of them went green first. I had this idea that they play a low complexity. No. Playing green, but that's fine. Green's pretty good. So we're defending in here. Do you want to save my energy? Yeah, no. We want to do this. We actually want to get damage. We need that third animal element otherwise. And just killing a city for free is pretty decent. We could still convert this beast. So we defend in here. We kill this explorer. It's a bit pathetic, but oh no, I want to kill this city. I was hoping to influence in here. I guess we could. It's fine. It's a little bit of fear. It's fine. It's a giant plant. I couldn't resist. Aren't plants brilliant? Yeah, we push it. Extra stonks. So... And then... We could even defend in both of these lands. Next turn, after the reclaim, we could use Resilience in one. And we could use Sap in the other. It's a shame there's no Dahan push. Maybe I need to try and remember for the event in case I do get to push a Dahan. Or two into here. It's weird playing Fangs without reclaim ones. Weird. So this is the most important thing, defending in there. And I want to kill a city in here. More than I care about tuning the jungle in here. But that does take it down to a 6 damage Ravage. Which is a much safer Ravage. And to get a presence over here, I could have planned my turn better, arguably. Actually, no, I needed the Sacred Site. Could have done... Actually, you know what? You know what, Jim? Maybe we don't destroy a presence this turn. We could do the Ranging Hunt in here. We don't have any adjacent beasts, but killing an Explorer is is fine. We'll just be sad if we get a load of damage. From our stonks. But that's okay. We can be sad sometimes. And this is also, I mean, it is good to at some point not have a few extra presents. So yeah, it just feels like such a wasted opportunity to kill this city. Because it is peasant. It is it's a huge missed opportunity. I mean, these are kind of separate and only tangentially related decisions. I'm going to take the risky defend over here. For the sake of killing the city over here. Oh. Because then the Tune of the Jungle can target in here. So we'll grab this. Kill this city. Your major can only hit the jungle at the moment. You want that to be London if possible, I think. Ooh, that's true. You make a strong case there. This is going to be... That's very interesting. I had not thought that far ahead. We're talking about this, of course. It only really does it does the 3 damage and the fear in jungle wetland. So it's just not really worth to play it in non-jungle wetland. See, this land we're going to counter, so we'll clear a city, and then this will just be a 1 building land. Oh, except it will jump up to 3 on this explore, assuming this is an escalation. Glimmer is very wise. Certainly are. It is true. We do want to have our London. This is probably going to become London after the Ravage. What's the alternative? So the alternative is to deliberately make sure this is London. But then we're really missing out on some fear and damage. It's also very easy to fear. And this is our next card. Vote for Prestige for Glimmer. Glimmer actually has a lot of a very special kind of prestige. There was briefly an opportunity to earn prestige by pointing out rules mistakes. So Glimmer actually has about 20 more prestige than anyone even possibly knows. You know, put it this way, in the peaso verse, if Glimmer wants something done, it gets done. He just nods his little Glimmer head. Things get rolling when Glimmer's got neat. I don't know where I'm going with this. Let's just move on. So if this becomes London, yeah, they're going to build a city and then probably a town from the escalation in here. And it would be more convenient if it was in here. We're not generating any fear if we use our innate in here. Can't have enough prestige. I mean, it's prestige exactly. True. I think even though this is making London, I think we have to press on. So yeah, here at this point you can go, yeah, well, Glimmer. If Glimmer was running this game, it wouldn't have been this dismal failure, peasant. So we need to leave a presence in here for the sake of Tune of the Jungle. And we might be vacating this presence. Coastal London is better for Fangs too. I know. The thing is, not having double builds in the mountains is also going to be pretty nice. I'd rather... I mean, if we're going to have... Oh, putting down roots. So no ravage with disease or strife. Each player may push and explore a town from land to heart. So, we've got to upgrade... So we could do it in here. This is kind of a mostly harmless. When I pilot, they're often dismal failures. Backseat is much easier. It's kind of easier in some ways. I actually find following this game really hard. Killing State Pro is still positive. I would have been afraid to lose Prey against England 6. Yeah, I think it's because the board looks okay. It looks okay to me, but then I've got no experience of doing this particular setup. So we're looking to upgrade an explorer into a town, but then we do have drive off the interlopers, so we could push one away. They're going to build a city in here. Actually, we could push the town away from here. We actually make London happen in here instead, although it is with disease. It's the worst possible land. You know what? Maybe we could push from this to Harn. So I'm looking at this drive off the interlopers here. Push the town into here. Sometimes useful on empty lands, but less easy to tack on turns top track. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Everything's got a count. I think defends are often just do so much work. And then, like, if I could just get some supplementary fear or damage from a major, I'd be happy little peaso. Yeah, I think we take... upgrade one of these, push the town. So we're going to push from here. The reason I want to push it into here is that this is actually a place that Smothering Infestation works in. And it has counterattacks. Rather than here, which is less nice. Each player adds a strife in a different land with at least 2 invaders. So... So it doesn't actually matter, but our event does mean that there's no ravage in lands with strife. So there's no point in putting one here because it'll immediately go away. So they're going to build a city here, so it'll be a 6 damage ravage versus a, if I use Nature's Resilience, 6 defend. If I put a strife in here, I could actually defend it with sap. And it would be a 4 versus 5, which is pretty safe. I think I like that. I'd rather have a safe defend in there. It won't go away. There'll be no ravage. Oh yeah, that's true. I knew I was driving at something, but yeah, you're right. There'll be no ravage. But this is defended. Or, given that this is likely to become London, we could put it on here for that, to make this London a little bit less scary. But as this is probably a land I might just run away from, kind of feel like... I'm going to do it here to make this a safer defend. Okay. What's our build look like? Okay, so we've got a chance to make a coastal wetland London. How wonderful. So we've got 3 choices of London. So this whole lot is about to shift across. So if we put it here, I think that's just the best. Certainly better than these. It's kind of a shame that it's this particular coastal wetland. You know, it's fine. It's fine. So we've got some too near the jungle action. So this is a 6 damage ravage next turn. We could take it down to a 5 damage. Hope to defend it with sap. The trouble is, because we've got only 2 plays, and we'll only have 2 plays for at least another this many. Actually, what? How many turns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns. We don't really want to double defend, so we're probably vacating this space next turn anyway. So probably defend in here, where we've got a nice counter. Hey, yeah, top Track Fangs stip. So actually, this Explorer here doesn't make much odds. So we may as well make this slightly more palatable in here. Though, if we do actually use Smothering Infestation, that does just kill 1 damage each invader, is all the Explorers gone, so probably that doesn't matter either. So maybe we just do it in... This is a forward 4, so once it's got its Explorer plus City, then that'll be a 8 damage. We could take this down to a 7. Yeah, I think... Don't think these are... Hopefully not too important a decision. Okay, so... We have a London candidate in the place. So we need to be... We can afford Smothering Infestation this turn. We kind of need to defend... We probably want to convert this into a beast for the stonks. And we want to reclaim. And we want to defend in here. So probably what we need to do is make a Sacred Site here to defend in here. We could make a Sacred Site here, but then we'd... So yeah, we need to reclaim. And we can look at another major power, because we might find something better than Smothering Infestation. I think I'm trying to do too many things at once here. Remember, Peasant, you've got 2 plays. So you come in here, kill a town, make a Sacred Site here, defend here. The trouble with Smothering Infestation is it doesn't have the animal element on it. It means we don't get to use our damage innate. But we're going to get our animal element anyway here. Played a combo of Many Minds and Fangs the Friend yesterday. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, I bet. I bet it was. Many Minds is ridiculously strong. That was my feeling when I played them. The fact that you can gather from 2 spaces away just means that you kind of got a beast everywhere you want a beast. And the defend plus fear combo in your innate is also just very strong. We could even kill this city if we put a presence in here and then run away. And we might even get lucky and not have to worry about Blight in there. So I'm thinking reclaim presence. Do we look at another major? Yeah. Maybe we get rid of Teeth Gleam. We're too near now. You get the damage next turn. The other thing to think about is slipping in a Smothering Infestation in here, in our London. Should be pretty nice. Be nice if we could do more than that, but lots of things would be nice. Because we need to keep this manageable so that this counterattack's still good. But we need a Sacred Site adjacent to this land, so maybe we might end up killing this town and pushing into here, make a Sacred Site here, Smothering Infestationing in here to kill a city and the Explorer. Then there's 2 towns and a city left, which is 7 damage, which is still a little bit close. Played the combo a couple of times. My wife playing Many Minds, great fun. So, yeah, we look at a major. Yeah. Okay, what do we got? Ooh. Well, 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 well. Okay, so bearing in mind, it kind of feels like it's cheating the stip if I just squeak in an unrelenting growth. If I just squeak one in when no one's looking. How dare you cheat the stip like this? If we could play this just once, yeah, probably not that good. Another bit of jungle wetland damage. Often a big fan of Infinite Vitality, but with Threshold. Without Threshold, it's still okay, but this is when it becomes very strong, but it's hard. We ended up with a land with 10 beasts for Fangs and Nate. Pretty good against London. Yeah. Gonna have your beasts? Nope, but I'll stop the actions in that land. Well then, I'll stop builds instead. Have them. Yeah, I guess the one downside of that is that you're both kind of competing for the same beast resources. But Many Minds has that card that just places 2 beasts, so no great shortage. I mean, this is kind of good. We could use it to preserve a perfectly healthy island by using it in this sands down here. I'm not sure that's worth 3 energy to me. I mean, having blight in the mid, having this with blight and this land with blight is kind of a pain for using this innate. Does mean my mobility is somewhat limited. Sap and Unrelenting Growth still gets you innate. And it gets me so much power. And Sap does work over here now. I need to actually get a presence into here if I was using Sap, though. So I probably would still have to use Resilience. Sap and Unrelenting Butt still gets you Butt-Nate. Oh, Butsy. The nice thing about Talons is I know it's expensive, but it's damage in the land, in mountains. Which I don't really have, but it's off-brand. Unrelenting Growth, let me just think about this. So, I have not placed my presence for this turn. If I could squeak out 2 Unrelenting Growths, we would be OP. And then we could forget Unrelenting Growth for something else. It would also give me free reign to convert more beasts, more presence into beasts. So I'd be doing that instead of Smothering Infestation. So that means that this land would double build this turn. Because it would build once for this build down here and probably for the escalation. Now, it could be coastal land, in which case that's also kind of a build. Just next turn instead of this turn. So I kind of need to do something about this. So if there is a double build, then this is going to go from being 8 damage plus another 5 to 13, which is beyond the scope of my current defense. So I kind of do need to do something about this land. So the nice thing about this is it does just open me up to getting to 3 plays, and once I get more, I mean, the more plays, the merrier. But I'm wondering if I do this turn, then this is at a horrible 5. Well, probably assuming that this has the escalation effect on it. This is at a kind of horrible 5 buildings, which is like that's how you lose against England. In case you were wondering, you're like, oh, I just can't lose against England. You just let a land get up to 5 buildings, and then Bob's your uncle. You just lose to England. No one wants that. It's tempting to just take this anyway, but not use it this turn. Though using Smothering Infestation here is only a single city that gets removed. However, here's a chunk of fear, so it will stave off the double build. And it'll also mean that when it comes to the Ravage, it'll be a 7 damage Ravage instead of a more than I can defend kind of Ravage. But what's going to take Unrelenting Growth? What would I get rid of? Probably too near the jungle. Yeah, I don't think it does enough anymore. I feel like Talons is still... This could be good, but I think this is what... Basically, this is like getting around the stip, basically. Yeah, I quite like that this has an extra element on too. These good decisions. Am I being wise? Probably not. So, we need a presence to end up in here. And we need a sacred site. So we'll make a sacred site up here. And we could actually bring this presence from over here. If we wanted to. But actually it might be better to leave this here. Oh, no. This is about to be ravaged anyway. So this land is getting let go. So we'll probably just turn it into a beast. Or we could turn this into a beast. We don't need the extra damage though to kill a 3 health building. So this turn is this. Yeah, keep this a little bit pruned. In fact, I think I want to leave these beasts in here. I guess the trouble is once this does have blight in it, then we're kind of really relying on the event to do our work for us, which it just might not do that. So, but the longer we leave the beasts in there, the more likely it is to work. Yeah, and we're going to yoink one of these beasts over with Ranging Hunt. Bring it in, kill this town, push 2 beasts in here, push the Sacred Site, defend in here, resilience in here in the slow phase. You know, we're getting some stuff done. Yeah, let me bring these in. Just wondering, do I want to put them in here? Would I rather have the beasts in this land? It's kind of a better land for targeting. But no, having the presence in here is better for sap if we're using sap. And we resilience in here. Any 2-player spirits with anti-synergies, yeah. Probably Fangs and Wildfire is the more obvious ones. Possibly, I mean, Mist from Jagged Earth kind of needs all their presence, so you probably don't want to pair them with Snake. Okay, so when exploring once per board, place a town instead of explorer. Okay, add a beast to a land with more stonks. I'll take them. And canny defense. Okay, so we do get a town. Where do we want another beast? Just minor stuff like many mines. Boone does almost nothing for Fangs, and they both want the beasts. I'd say like so because Wildfire's always placing blight all over, well not always, but once you get into the mid game, they're placing blight everywhere. That really doesn't work that well for Fangs, especially as Fangs has got no native way of tidying up blight. But I don't think there are that many super horrible anti-synergies going on. So, we've got a counter here. We're going to kill the city in the counter. Oh yeah, nothing that funks with the combat. Wildfire and Keeper could be annoying too. Keeper hates Blight, yeah. But I think even then you can make it work. Because you can just, you know, with planning, you might have to plan a little bit. A little bit more. Where do I want this extra beast? Maybe in here. Actually, yeah, maybe in here. Because then we could use our innate in here, kill a city, and make it safe defend. Yeah, let's make it safe defend. And here's our fear card. Each player may choose a land with Dahan, or adjacent to at least 5 Dahan. No Ravage in that land. Well, we kind of want there to be a Ravage in here. This is the only Ravage we'd want to skip, but we can't skip it, so we'll have to skip the skip. So we are going to have a Blight coming down. Okay, but it's only a single build because we did make a fear card happen. So we've got our first Blight of the game, and now we've got a counter, so we'll kill the city. Okay, so with Smothering, we should now gain the next fear card. But yeah, this is when England, you've really, once they get up to 4 or 5, you can't be ignoring them. So it's asking me which land to click because one of them is going to explore with the town. This is an opportunity to maybe make a new London. We put the town in here. The Ravage, of course, has already happened. This is a better land to be built up for us than this one, so I think we'll put it in here. Bringer can be a tough pair if he's the only fear generator. Mostly just text. I mean, the thing is, Bringer can kind of look after their own bit of board. But yeah, it will put more pressure on. Yeah, that's the, yeah. But even then, is it anti-synergy? Had trouble with Bringer and Spirits that are weak on offense. Bringer Fear is nice, but you also need to get things off the board. Some smothering. Oh, this is not a card I use a lot. I forget that it adds a disease. So it is in with Dahan, but I didn't have Threshold. It doesn't kill a city, peasant. You don't have Threshold. Okay, mistake. But it's okay. It's just not as good as I thought it was. For some reason, I'd assumed it had Threshold. No. That's why we wanted to play Sap. Yes. Okay. Okay, there's a nice, easy mistake I can point to. There's a terrible mistake. But at least it is one fewer town. Okay, so we've got an 11 damage Ravage in here. But we can kill a city and take it down to a 8 damage Ravage, which is still more than we want. We can, however, kill a city and run with our presence. As long as we get our innate, and all we need to do to get our innate is play a animal card and a plant card, or one that has both. Not a great teammate at all. Most spirits can handle their own tile. So yeah, damn it. Okay, so this time we've got a couple of Ravages. This one has a decent counter if I can survive it. We've got 2 more in stage 2, so we're going to have to assume that both of these have the escalation on. One of them could be coastal lands, which doesn't have escalation, but our London is coastal, so okay, where are we with cards? We are a card away from Terror level 2. This actually is defendable in here. Now, we don't have a counterattack, so it's a bit unfortunate, but this could keep the island healthy. Oh, God. We actually... Okay, probably I might have converted too many beasts. Can I keep the island healthy? I could double defend with Sap, but that's rancid. because I'm spending my whole turn to achieve what exactly? Not really enough. I'd be killing a single city in a whole turn. Though, I mean, I would get my innate as well. I killed 2 cities. I love Bringer, by the way. I like a messy game. Yeah, so I really enjoy solo Bringer. It always feels like it's not going to go well. And that's, you know, that's fun, right? Oh, I can't actually reclaim unless I pick one of these. It's a disaster. So I have to go gain energy. And the trouble is, I actually can't go through here and do any damage. Uh-oh. I don't like putting that on someone else. Yeah, I mean, I just don't play that much with other people. Because I'm not super sociable like that. I've got a tiny little social battery. Much as I love Spirit Island, I don't think I'd really want to play it a lot with other humans. Not there's anything wrong with playing with other humans. Just to assure you all, it's me that has the problem. So yeah, I've sleepwalked into a situation where I could lose the tipping point, which would be sad. What am I talking about? One of the blind cards here immediately destroys 3 presents, and if you don't have any presents left on the board, you just lose. So that could be what happens. So I think I need to try for that not to happen. To get presents over here, I kind of need to use my innate in here, which is disappointing. Oh no, I could just use sap. I could just use sap. And then do 8 damage in here. Kill the Explorer, then it's a 5 versus 5, which is okay. Though... Yeah, I think that's... Could actually put it in there. So if I can squeak out unrelenting growth this turn, then that could be pretty nice. Except we are just at the mercy of the event deck, because if we get tipping point, we just lose. I suppose. No. If we defend in here, so I guess if the event deck really wants to hurt us, which it could. Because if we get, I think there are events that will push the damage from a city town above 5. We need to rescue this presence as well. Wait a second, peasant. If we do the damage in here, we can push this presence into here, but then we don't have the targeting for sap. This is the only land we can target with our innate to actually get a presence over here. Wait a second, peasant. Just doing a little, just sneaking back some undos. Don't mind me. So the thing is, we're going to lose at tipping point anyway. So I could. What I could do is just convert one of these into a beast. Find an air miner. I think playing the unrelenting growth, that's how we turn this smile into this frown, and turn this frown upside down with this guy. Look at him, he's thrilled. Love the music today. Yeah, I had to resort to drum and bass to try and keep my energy levels up. I made myself hot chocolate with honey. Had a very beanie lunch to do a lot. Texture prefers something a bit more laid back. Yeah, well, it was like I was really struggling to find the energy today. We'll be back to the regular soundtrack probably next week. Probably. Depending on how my energy levels are. Just Sometimes I just have a day where I'm just kind of dragging myself around and have very little energy. Okay. So I can only drag one of these presents out from here anyway. I may as well just turn another one into a beast. Because there is another card, another blight card that destroys a single presence. But that's fine. Remember, top track stip, so I have to go top track. So we're going to yoink this presence out. Yeah, the event deck I think could kill us here. Friday afternoon, I'll be falling asleep if the music was mellow. Sleepy little flat eyes. So yeah, we are slightly at the mercy of fate. The fates here. I do my best to not tempt the fates too much. Just for this exact kind of time. But if we can survive this turn, then... So we need to bring a beast from there anyway. And then we need to push a beast in here. Oh yeah, may as well push this beast somewhere else. So we're kind of abandoning this land. This is a land... I'm going to push this beast back in there. And we're going to bring a presence into here. And I'm not going to push one back in there because this land is going to blight. Octo wants a nap too. I did think about having a nap. Instead I watched an episode of Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. New species spread, huh? Okay. Well, this is good. This hasn't wrecked us. So, no damage buff on here. Everything's on fire and terrible at work. Oh, I'm sorry, Octo. I'm sorry. Lots of worky, lots of lurky. Yeah, I bet. So, there's no world where we want to risk the invasive species blooming, so we want to transmute, and probably we have to do that by forgetting Teeth Gleam. Oh, we could just discard Teeth Gleam. Discard and pay 2 actual energy. Bearing in mind that we are about to unrelating growth, so our energy level is going to go up to 4, which means we can afford... We wouldn't be able to afford to reclaim, though. That's the trouble. So we'd be left, if we wanted to unrelating growth again, because we'd be spending our last 2 energy. If we just forget Teeth Gleam, we are losing our other way of placing beasts. I do like having this, and if we are in a world where we're actually going to have more plays soon, it'd be nice to have some teeth, you know? Gleaming from the darkness. I'm going to have to quickly rush for a quick bio break. I'm going to run a raffle, why not? No one seems to be claiming prizes at the moment. It's chaos. But I'll be back in a minute. At least I'm working from home, says the Octo, and gets a pat of fires from the couch. Yeah, long may the reign of working from home last. I did spot some bacon say something as I was shuffling out. I think you can pay it. Yeah, the trouble is, right, so I don't want to pay it, because it means it forces me to take one of these options. That gains me energy if I want to reclaim. I probably do want to reclaim next turn. Interestingly, but partly because I can get to 3 actions next turn if I place a presence. Which is a big deal with a capital B and a capital D. I've been home working for 9 years now, says Flappy. Not having to get dressed is great. So I'd be losing Teeth Gleam. Oh, I don't have a big oeuvre of cards. Okay, so if I go down to... What's the third play actually going to do for me? In a world where I have an income of 4, I could play this, get to the third play. I'd have a total of 5 energy, and I'd have this collection of cards. I actually think... I think I can live without Teeth Gleam if I've got Resilience, Infestation, Sap, Chase. And just start gaining a few maybe supplementary minors, or just to replace Unrelenting with a major. You get an energy from Dahan. Oh my god. Glimmer. Are you trying to... is this Glimmer's push for Winner of the Week? Glimmer's done it before. Glimmer has come in like a powerful moss and overwhelmed all the competition, especially in these slim streaming weeks with only a Spirit Island stream. Hey, and Glimmer was winning the raffle as well. Whole position for Winner of the Week. Yeah, we do have this extra energy. I do have... Oh, I don't get extra energy. Unless I place... No, I don't get extra energy. Oh, no, I do. Oh my god. Well, if we can reclaim, then we do it. We transmute. We keep our teeth. Pay a couple of energy. And we get another beast as well. Yeah, I mean, there's still time. Someone else could become Winner of the Week. Is it your third Winner of the Week? Crikey, even Blues can't compete with this. Just non-stop week winning. And once we've got multiple plays, we can actually start cleaning up some blight. I'm wondering where to put my extra beast. I kind of want to make sure... This is still a problem in here. It really is a problem. Because we're looking at... Oh, there is a disease in there, of course. I say of course, that's just been from here, isn't it? No? No! I just don't know what's going on. Yeah, I think we stack up the beasts in here. So we have a disease to add somewhere with Dahan and Invaders, and we're killing a couple of Dahan. These Dahan, unfortunately, are going to die anyway. So I'm sorry. You know, if I was these guys, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I was going to... And there's that extra energy. Each planet adds a strife and a land with Dahan. Strife here, of course, is immediately going to go, so add one in here. And then the actual bad news Ravage up here, then a neutral news up here. Is it me, or are you a bit of a Fangs lover? I am a bit of a Fangs lover. I do enjoy the work of old Fangs. Oof, this is... Okay, we've actually got 3 choices of London. This one has disease in. And although it does have blight, so I can't use all these beasts directly, immediately. I will soon be able to clear those beasts. So I think probably the land... And it's just going to eat a disease token anyway. I don't know why I'm... I don't know why I'm overthinking this. This is clearly the right land. So it eats a disease. And slow phase. We've got unrelenting growth. So we're going to add Suppressants and a Wilds. Wilds token, I don't think it's worth thinking about. And I suppose there is the thought of where to actually place the presence. Let's think about next turn. We've got a 12 damage Ravage in here next turn. If we can yoink the Blight from underneath it with Nature's Resilience, that would be pretty smart, wouldn't it? Are we going to be able to cheek out another Unrelenting Growth? This, unfortunately, is a 6, 7, 8, 9 damage Ravage. This is beyond Sap. Probably we're going to look at a Major next turn. Wetland with double build, probably, yeah. Unless we can find a nice big Beard Major. The important thing now at this point is to stay at 4 presence or above. So probably we just make the Sacred Site in this land because it's for targeting. Though okay, I think it does matter what I do next turn. Okay, so if I can yoink this Blight out from under here, that's probably the best solution. To do that, I need to play 2 other cards with water on. It could be Unrelenting Growth or Infestation and Sap. But Sap doesn't do much. We're going to have an income of 4. If we reclaim, we need the 3 plays if we're going to get that actual. Possibly, I might be looking down a side alley here. If we do pick Sap as just a way of getting the water element, how much energy could I have potentially if I reclaim place? I'd have 4. I'd only have 4 energy, but that could be Smothering Infestation, Sap, and Nature's Resilience. We get Threshold on Infestation from the water from Sap. So we get to kill a city somewhere, which we could do up here, which would be kind of keeping this land kind of neutral. So we do need if we are going to do that up here, then we need a presence up here. And the trouble, because just of how the beasts are arranged, there's not really a lot of work to do in here. So probably we just want to put the presence in here. And it does target a lot of the board. So I think this is right. Okay, so that's it. I'm free of the restrictions of... I've done the stip now. We are fully stipulated. So, to yoink that Blight. Unfortunately, this is also going a bit wrong. God. And the double build in here. Luckily, the disease will absorb one of them. This is the last stage 2 card. Yeah, there's no world where we're not reclaiming here. And if our turn is Smothering, Resilience, Sap, but I still think we could do with maybe replacing Unrelenting Growth now. If we could squeak out this turn, I'd be tempted by that. I'm sure I'd be tempting as well, but I'd be tempted. But yeah, we need to do something in here. But we can also look at a major. Yeah, I think we look at a major potential replacement for growth. We might draw a solution for one of these lands. Though a solution probably wouldn't have water on. Unless it was Winds of Rust. Which probably wouldn't do enough. It wouldn't do enough. Yeah, we look at a major. Indo-Clamo. Well, you're a card, aren't you? A little bit late, Indo. And Poissoned land We just drown the land in fishes. It's got nice elements, but I don't really want to be adding blight. And this is actually a, you know, it's a good chunk of defend. We'd get a counter if we used it in here. Interestingly, it's more acceleration. It could still be valuable, except, so instead of yoinking the blight, we could Indo-Claimer. The trouble is we're not smashing this. We're not doing any damage in here. If we defend in here, we actually get some counter. We kill a city of the counter. I mean, the island's likely to blight this turn anyway. Poison land. The thing is, we don't know what our blight card is. Poison land. So, I mean, it can be nice early, but we're not early. I mean, this could be a clutch defend. I could just get rid of something that's not doing anything. They're actually looking at this lot. What about... This is a chunk of fear. We're not fiery. We're not going to get that threshold. And we've got... And Smothering Infestation is for 3 energy. It's essentially a city dead. And 4 fear. And a disease. Which does make a difference. I think I still prefer the thing that does some damage. So probably we just forget one of these. Or we forget something like Terry's Chase. Even though this is going to get better. Or is it? It's kind of... It is a 1 cost. Probably we're going to switch towards trying to get 0 cost minor powers. Okay, let's look a little bit into the future. We've got a jungle build. So, coastal jungle is fine. This is a town. If you place a presence in here, turn it into a beast. Actually, that's not... we do need to do something about this, but this is easy to deal with. We can actually... Oh, so there's going to be blight in here. There's too much blight on the island now. For easy movement. Replace Unrelenting with Bloodrack. I mean... It's just... I suppose we could use it to defend in this jungle next turn. It is a bit of disease. Threshold is not too horrible if we're playing with the resilience. Do we have any stacks of disease already? We're not going to have any disease on the board after the build. I feel like taking Indo for Terrifying Chase is the pick. Just as an emergency that we'll probably forget for something else. Though, yeah, okay, also Unrelated Growth. Am I going to use that again? I mean, we're about to enter stage 3. At which point, I probably won't have the luxury of playing Unrelenting Growth, and there won't be much game left. If we place a presence this turn via the original plan, we've only got one really good turn to play Unrelenting Growth, which is next turn. Could we play it with Threshold? No, because we have the third sun. Am I... Okay, but next turn is actually a pretty low-key turn for Ravagers. I could play Unrelenting Growth next turn. Without that without too much difficulty. But what else would I be doing? I guess I'd be defending in here. And then I'd be in a weird position of just trying to gain useful minor powers to go with things. You don't need it again, says Bacon. I mean, yeah, I don't. I think the 3 plays is that's a big jump. But it also frees me. If I was to play it next turn, I wouldn't. Unrelated growth is also just putting more presence on the board and making more beasts. See, this turn, my turn is sap, resilient, smothering. That leaves me teeth, terrifying, and growth. So we're probably leaking a blight this. Yeah, a blight's definitely happening this turn in this land. So we're going to have a blighted island. This is... So next turn, if we kind of... We've got Teeth Gleam, Terrifying. We'll probably be gaining another major, I suppose. You can only turn 1 per turn regardless. True, true, true. Yeah, we don't even have the good minor powers to play with all our plays. So I think we keep Indomitable for emergencies. And we're yoinking this blight. So we need a sacred site for that. Actually, let's not just do that on autopilot. What, I've actually got any useful damage to do. I could kill this explorer. It's a bit safety first, but that's fine. Nothing wrong with safety. We can't get to... Yeah, we can't prevent this build because of all the adjacent buildings. So I think we go with the original plan. So doing like yoink defend on this, which requires the adjacent sacred site. Do we convert this into a beast? Yeah, we do. What that'll do is it'll mean that this will go to 2 beasts, which means we can yoink in and kill a town. Also means that if we get a event card that does 2 damage per beast, we can kill a city. So I think that's definitely worthwhile. Okay, so we're smothering in here. Sap is we're just doing that for the water. And we've got the ranging hunt, which will kill this, which is just safety. Wait. We could do something in... Oh no, there's blight in there. We could kill a town in here. You can... Innate East Sands could get lucky with the event. Could get lucky with the event. Could kill a town in that. We could just risk a presence in there. I guess the trouble is that then we're in tipping point range again. So if you kill a town in there, kill this town, then we've got 7 damage left. I'd rather not risk the complete loss. So we're yoinking that blight. I'm not going to risk a complete loss in there. But the ranging hunt, I could just kill something somewhere. Like kill a town in here. I mean, we are bringing it... We could make it... We can't interrupt this to stick a sap in, unfortunately. But we could just nip in here, kill a town, and then nip back out. So let's get our little safety thing out. Kill a town. And Actually, I think I'm going to leave that beast in there. Could give a couple of fear from the event as well. Yeah, I mean, I think we've got good stonks. If we get a beast fear event, we're happy. I think I'm going to leave that beast in there. And this doesn't really do anything. Yeah, I'd rather not risk the instant loss. So we're going to see the blighted card this turn anyway. In each land, at least 2 towns. Replace half towns with cities. No ravage with disease or strife. Push 2 Dahan from land with cities to land without cities. So in each land, at least 2 towns. It's kind of annoying. So you have to push 2 Dahan from this land into a land without cities. I mean, if we push in here, we've got a nice counterattack for this. Oh, we're going to have a reclaim one. So yeah, let's do that. That actually works out fine. Hey, what else is on there? Yeah, that's it. So yeah, unfortunately no fear cards, so we're going to get a double wetland build. So we're up to 5 again. Now we see what our Blighted Island card is. See, the way, if I narrate it like this... Hey, wait a second. Oh, let's skip the Ravage up here. We got the event helped me again. No Ravage from Stricken. Oh, thanks, Stricken. Though I kind of wanted to know, actually. Trying to make out like I complete control here. Okay, no escalation, but coastal instead. It's alright. We'll be fine. So... Oh, yeah, actually, we even need to defend in there now. Am I going to be reclaiming next turn? Interestingly, I could Smothering Infestation in there. Seems a bit ridiculous. It'll still get me my 2 fear, but I think I need to yeah, prune this a little bit. Yeah, we need to be cranking fear. So we kill a city. Okay, so we've got a 2 damage Ravage in here and a 3 damage Ravage in here. We've got Indomitable Claim. So we can... I mean, we could just play it for the acceleration. I mean, we'd kind of want... I mean, if we can keep the unhealthy, then there's no good reason not to. And they both actually have counters, so this is fine. This coastal Ravage is a problem, though we can reclaim Indo Claimo for one of them. Probably this one, because it's already got Blight in. Where are we with our cards? We need to do some actual big damage or big fear. And we've got, I guess, the ways of doing that now are gain useful minor powers for fear, or gain mages that generate lots of fear. So I'd rather not use the reclaim, especially as it kind of... Actually, no, we could do with this. So I think what the thing to do is to use Indomitable, probably, and then grab Sap in here. And that, of course, will accelerate us a little bit. We place a presence and then Indomitable. And then we'll be well placed to replace Indomitable if we have to. We can still do Blight Yoinking on the coast as well. But yeah, we need something like Sea Monsters. We need to still keep on looking at mages and get a kind of finisher But I think actually to do this turn, I need to actually just work out what needs to be done. Though, I could just put a presence in here, reclaim the defend, and just use my innate in here by converting one of these into a beast and then bringing a beast in, killing both explorers. That frees me to not use Indomitable Claim, which means I have energy for another major. Innate East Sand for city kill, moving a presence in East Jungle. Yeah, that's nice as well, isn't it? So you could put a presence in there, or we just bring this presence in actually. Bring one of these beasts in, kill the city, move in here, defend with counter. Or we can... Yeah, I think avoiding the Indomitable Claim is ideal. If we play Teeth Gleam, that gets us our innate, because we've got the other elements on our track. And if you can squeak in Terrifying Chase as well, that's good. And I think, yeah, looking at another major, but there's nothing we really want to forget here, so maybe we actually look at a minor this turn. A minor power. We could just use Teeth Gleam for fear as well. This... Okay, we're out of stage 2 now, so no escalation builds. Which doesn't necessarily mean we can't lose from them building their 7th building, but it does mean that it's less likely to just kind of appear out of nowhere. I think combined with the fact that our plays are now escalating, and the fact that we have a not big hand, and all of our cards actually serve a purpose, even though Indomitable is a panic button rather than something I actually want to use. Okay, let's see what we get. Yeah, thanks for this rancid selection. I mean, Purifying Flame, we could do a bit of tidying up, I suppose. What is that? Mountains and Sand. I mean, we do have Blight in Mountain and Sand. Call is funky. We've only got 4 Dahan left. Root Biters does have... I guess Cool Hat does have the animal element on. And the Town Push... that could combine with something that I don't have yet. You know, like Jungle Hungers or something like that. Or I could accidentally use it to lose. Feel like Flame just as a one-off. Probably. This I mean, all of this stuff is forget fodder. And I could just remove this central... I mean, this Sand Blight is probably a good one to remove because there's already beasts in there. Actually, either of these are good. I think it's Purifying Flame. And it'll also give us the freedom to just relax. Relax. Purifying or Gnawing, says Bacon. So, we can get our Reclaim 1 now. Yeah, I like that. I like that sneaky city kill. The trouble with the sneaky city kill is that then we let a Blight go. We could still just use Indomitable for the acceleration, but it feels... What's it actually going to mean? It means 5 plays, right? What does 5 plays mean? It means I can reclaim next turn. You think full reclaim instead of growth? Oh, what? Sap and nature and get that extra city kill. I think push to 5. Push to 5 and just start grabbing some useful minor powers. Purifying has been a carry for me in a minor only Fangs vs. English 6 different board though. Okay, so if we full reclaim, what's the actual benefit to that? we will have all of these cards in our hand, which means we could just do last turn again. We could Smothering Infestation again. We could kill a city in here. We've got both of these counters. And we get to look at another major power. That's actually not to be sniffed at. I quite like that doing this gives me an excuse to use Purifying Flame once before just throwing it in the ocean. Because if I just reclaim one of them, I can defend. I could use my Nate to do this defend, and then I could use one of these powers in here to defend in here. Reclaiming gives me the option of using Infestation again. The thing is, we just don't have a good 5-card hand. We don't have many. We've only got 1 0-cost minor power, so we don't have a whole load of useful extras to add on. For the defense of a card, yeah, I'm not fully weighing all the consequences yet. We've not got the fully weighted decision. I mean, I think I would at this point, I would kill for just almost anything good that's 0 cost. So sorry, Root Biters, you were not good enough. And I guess this is a chance to look at another good 0-coster. Yeah, we just don't have 5 great cards yet. I actually think I do prefer this, but largely because it's getting me another look at a minor power. We could still end up using Indomitable Claim for the acceleration. And we might also still use Purifying Flame. It doesn't feel great to just be sitting with these. Yeah, we maybe use Indomitable next turn in one of these lands. Well, in this land, probably. Oh. Here there be monsters or Rain of Blood. Yeah, either of those would be great. Yeah, okay, so we get Prowling Panthers. Sky Stretches to Wombo. Possibilities there. Prowling Panthers does open up Frenzied Assault kind of fairly directly. Gift of Living Energy, meh. Sky Stretches is interesting because it does mean that things like sea monsters becomes something we can use as a defensive tool. None of these are the straightforward. None of these are the ideal cards, really. Could keep investing in stonks. I feel like I've got so many stonks now. How many beasts are on this board? 11. How's the Theodore looking? Says Bacon. Let's see. It's a long way. We've got a long way to go because we've not gained any straightforward fear generation. We are at least at stage 2 though, so that's something. Do I really want to? I'm still thinking about Indo from the point of view of acceleration, especially given that we skipped presence placement. Sky Scratches makes off-brand slow miners viable. Yeah, it certainly does. I feel like getting the stonks though. Would you a big windfall? No, that's not good play. Probably maybe Gift of Living Energy, actually. And we do happen to have 2 Sacred Sites right now. Some kind of aberration. But this will enable us to play more stuff. We're going to have 5 plays very soon. Indo next turn for one of the coasts. Yeah. maybe we could Indo one of the coasts and Nature's Yoink with the water. Oh, that's something else to consider, the water element. So that's another reason why we might like Sky Stretches, because it will enable Nature's Yoink with the fast bite removal, which you could do up here. And actually, the Nature's Yoink is kind of a big deal. We've got these lands with big piles of beasts and blight, which means that they're kind of innatable. You may want gift. Yeah, The nice thing about resilience is not only does it on its own trigger our innate with damage, this is incredibly useful. So getting something that gives me water. Currently we've got sap and smothering that give us water. I mean, this turn might be a repeat of last time with sap, nature's infestation, which does at least generate some fear and get some destruction going. Yeah, unfortunately we just... It's a fear and 2 damage, which doesn't do a lot for us against England 5+. Sky Stretch also gives fast yoink to other blight removals. Oh, that's true. Fast, terrifying chase possibilities. Getting chased with no remorse. We could even use fast smothering infestation. Imagine. We'd use that to clear this coastal jungle. What a time to be alive. This could. I don't think we want Panthers. This actually. The fact we've only got 2 water cards. Interestingly, if I use Sky Stretches with Infestation, that is some fast fear. It's a very expensive way of dealing with this coastal land, when probably we actually want to be saving up a little bit of energy. Autocorrect doesn't like the word Indo. Info claimo. Ah. Funny what that was. What's actually left in the deck that we could want fast? I guess fast floods could be good. Fast Glimmerfest Incarnation. Fast sea monsters. Fast jungle hunt. Yeah, there's loads of stuff that's nice fast. Fast flowers. Maybe. But the thing is, it just doesn't do anything on its own, and it doesn't do anything with stuff we already have, really. It's a tough call, says the Glimmer. Winner of the week, probably. Probably. Could be too early to say. Yeah, we take the city kill with the innate in here. We just defend in these 2 lands with our minor powers. And maybe some smothering infestation. God, and there's part of me that's still thinking about this, trying to squeak in an extra Indomitable or the acceleration, because we didn't place a presence this turn. That's not the reasoning, but it's more like what placing a presence this turn will mean is that next turn we have 4 plays, which is significant. Though we didn't really gain anything that useful this turn. Yes. So we could even play Gift this turn as a one-off couple of energy. Indomitable in one of these lands. Though we want to Indomitable next turn as well. This will give us the extra energy. And then we'll be up to 4 plays. We're probably going to Indomitable in one of these coastal wetlands. We probably want to fast yoink this blight here, which will require us to play a couple of cheap water cards. We only got 1 cheap water card. I think we need the extra water card for this upcoming coastal ravage. Unless we yoink a blight from somewhere else this turn. We could let this coastal corner land get get blighted next turn. Fast infestation is good on any coastal land. It's all right. Just trying to figure out how we keep the island healthy next turn. Or the straightforward solution is this turn defend with sap, defend with nature's resilience, purifying flame, clean up one of these blights, maybe this one here. Use our innate to destroy a city for some fear. So we have quite a low-key turn this turn with resilience, sap, purifying flame. Then next turn we're still only on 3 plays. I think we take Sky Stretches. Not that convinced by the decision there. So what this is going to do is it means that in this coastal ravage next turn, we can just defend up here with Indoclamo, and we can just let this blight. Just let it go. Because we'll have picked up a blight from one of these lands here. Keeping the island healthy is really nice as Fangs because we don't want some of the Blighted Island effects. And the only real damage we're doing is with Ranging Hunt, but we've got this city kill here if we want it. I mean, here's something else we could do. Oh, we've actually got counterattacks here. No, we just defend. What I was thinking is just letting one of these jungles blight and then moving a blight from somewhere else. Except we don't have the nature's yoink. Next up, Infestation Sky Stretches. Infestation does not do enough to save any of those coastal lands. Just doesn't do enough damage. Alas. Oh, do we want to... I think we keep... Yeah, we don't convert any of these beasts. So we probably want a jungle presence over here for possible future Teeth Gleams. So if we come in here with sap... Oh, we don't need to actually be in there because we've got the Purifying Flame. So maybe we just make a sacred site in this sands. Because otherwise we don't have nice targeting for in here. And currently we've actually got pretty good targeting. So bring in a beast. Bring in a presence. Then we'll kill a city. Coastal jungle. If we use Infestation, it just doesn't do enough damage. 3 damage and 1 damage to each invader just doesn't really do much about these big coastal lands. Okay, we can move our beasts around now. How much health is this? So this is 14 health. Yeah, so there's no... We may as well pile them up in here. In case we get a damage event. I'll leave this presence... I'll leave this presence here. So we've got the range because of flame. So we'll defend like that and there, and like this in here. Kills town plus explorers, puts the disease to stop build ravage. There are like multiple cities in both of these coastal lands. But what, just for the sake of kind of doing some clearing? Okay, we've got some rising interest. Okay, we might be discarding sky stretchers here. We almost certainly want to weave lies. We've got plenty, we've got pretty roomy defends, so we're fine on this. Okay, adding more beasts. Not getting our beast stonks just yet. So we will weave some lies. So, I mean, there's no world where I'm not weaving lies. In the jungle. Oh, I see. So I think if I discard Sky Stretches, will I just get it back next turn? Buttspot has a concentrate fish. It does. Butsy's very on message today. So they're going to build in here, and then there's going to be a Ravage down here that I'm going to let go, a small Ravage here, from the town that gets built this turn. Just wondering, do I need Sky Stretches next turn? I'm still not that convinced by the fast infestation. Oh, I guess fast infestation claim, but then we don't have energy for that. Fast chase is... I probably prefer fast chase. Or just defend. Defend in here with the counter. Indo claim up here to prevent the cascade. So I'm not convinced I need... Jungle will have a city and a town. Oh, because it's going to build this turn and then a city next turn. I see. Still feels like it's dealable with sap or resilience. Anyway, to pay for, I definitely want to weave some lies. I mean, it's the internet, for Christ's sake. If you're not weaving lies on the internet, what are you even doing here? And I definitely want to hang on to that card, so we'll pay by discarding. And we do get to add a beast and gain a fear. We've not actually done our ranging hunt just yet. Oh no, I have ranging hunted in here. Let's have it in here on the coast. A couple of cards now. Traps and snares. Yeah, I didn't notice that city build for a while. Just didn't see it. Okay, so we want a wilds token. It's almost certainly irrelevant where I put the wilds token against England. But let's put it in here. Okay, a couple of fear cards. What do we get? Scapegoats. Oh no, it's so sad to see scapegoats at Terra 2. But it does help. I mean, it's less explorers. Each player adds a strife to a town. The rest of this turn, invaders have -1 health per strife to a minimum of 1. So I'm going to be purifying flaming in this sands here, which is going to be at 5 buildings, which is gross. It feels like actually this city in here, this is kind of this strife actually makes a difference to this land being easy to defend or hard, especially bearing in mind that there'll have to be an Explorander build before. So I think I like this strife in here. Because all these other lands are so built up that a single strife is kind of irrelevant. I mean, the town in there. Okay, jungle ravels. Ravels. Ravage. It's an okay. I'd struggle to say that's a good news ravage. It's an okay news ravage. We've not got our big beast stonk payout yet, unfortunately. Sand and Mountain. This is fine. Okay, so Purifying Flame. So this is even more clearly the place to remove blight from now. Even more clearly. Okay, so Coastal Ravage with the build Ravage that Glimmer spied. We double build. Ooh, it will. Crikey. I actually think my best bet might be to just vacate this space. Yeah, because the fear's not lined up well because it was such a passive turn. So, looking at a Blighted Island this turn, probably. So, if it's a double build, then that would be a total of 7 damage ravage. So, in theory, if we do have Nature's Resilience, that should defend it, unless we get unlucky. We can get the Reclaim 1 to get our Resilience back for a slightly risky defend. So, if we were to go Indomitable, Resilience, we'd have one more play. We'd have no energy. So we could try and look at I guess if we do this, we'll have another energy. So we could play any minor power. So I mean, we've still got Teeth Gleam, which could be valuable. Kind of lucky actually that this double build was on jungles, which is a land that's kind of irrelevant right now. Miner for the mountain. We just not gained any nice fear. I mean, we've got defense. I can't complain about the minor powers we've got here. I can't complain, but I will anyway. So I think you maybe put a beast in here. So put a presence in there, convert it to a beast, drag a beast, kill the town. What that'll mean is that it's a safe defend rather than a risky defend. You're thinking Earth Element. So we could get the Claim Threshold, but Claim is I mean, it's good that it's a big defend for up here, but I really don't want to be. It's grim to be playing it without placing presence. It's grim because it's basically all my energy. I suppose I could be doing this. So we're Indomitable, Resilience, Presence into Beast, kill the town for a safe defend. So pretty safe defend, Blight goes down. Sand and Mountain builds. This is looking scary. And actually there's not a lot I can do about it directly. No, in fact, there's nothing I can do about it directly. So probably I guess I need a big damage major, right? I do not have a big damage major, so I need to actually find a big damage major to do something about this land. We do have we've got some beasts in there. So we could kill a town in there, even though I've already decided I kind of want to kill this town for safety, but it might be better to kill a town in here instead. Or even a city in here if I place the presence in here. But it's kind of a disaster if this fourth presence gets destroyed and that blights the island, because that could be the instant loss. And so we're going to get a build to a 6 this turn, and then it'll build here as well. So we're kind of on a clock, and we're kind of miles away from actually winning on fear. But I think we've got an acceptable turn this turn if we go Indomitable, if I do go with this option and don't get a card I can play this turn, then I can play one of these cards and it's fine. It's okay. Ooh. Hey there, bot. Hey there, little bot. Goodbye, little one. Instant loss probably worth a risk at this juncture. Low odds. How dare you? We just one beast stonk away. One big payoff, Glimmer. We can be chipping away at this. The nice thing about England, it's relatively slow. I feel like my odds are that low. So yeah, I mean, pruning in here is... I feel like I've got another turn to worry about this. Build event is instant loss too. I don't think... Are there any build events that just add a town? And especially in a land that's this built up, right? I think you are at risk if you've got like one land on the entire board that has things on from that kind of event. But I am deliberately ignorant about the event deck. Yeah, looking at Major. What's Forget Fodder? Yeah, Purifying Flame, we can forget that. But it does have a nice selection of elements on it as well, in case we've got... Yeah, I've refused to... I'm just too casual to be remembering the event deck. I think at some point I was like, oh, I could get really good at Spirit Island, but I thought, no, I'm just going to play it for fun. Yeah, we look at a Major. Okay. These are what we have. Unlock. Trees and Stones. Twisted Flowers. Cleansing Floods. Now this is a big old fear card. And we can make it fast, remember. Elements are horrible for us, I think. I mean, Floods, if we can get the Threshold. Because bear in mind, if we're getting the Threshold, then we're probably playing Sky Stretches. So it would be fast Floods. 4 water would be Infestation, all of our water cards. So Sap, Stretches, Infestation, Floods, which is 9 energy. We might struggle to get to 9 energy, but if we did, well, we'd be doing 14 fast damage. Terror level is 2, so we do at least get to do the removing. I've always felt that this is just a bit overpriced. Know it pretty well from the trauma, but I haven't gone through it. Yeah. Yeah. Just needs another moon. Oh yeah, you're right, because we've got a plant on our tracks. And it is a good chunk more fear and some actual damage. Goes up to being 7 fear and the remove. That's not a threshold I get very often. Fast Floods cleans up too, yeah, but it's so expensive. I guess like Fast Floods without threshold is a bit more doable. But it could be preferable to Indomitable in here, except Indomitable will get us to the 4th play, but then we don't have great minor powers, so... Well, no, we've got good minor powers, but we don't have that fear card that we want to tack on the end. The nice thing about Twisted Flowers, it does just kind of prevent a land from killing us. Fast Flowers next turn is possible. And it's fast fear as well, if we make it, obviously if we make it fast it is. What about the wetland targeting, there's only one land we can't target, which is this land. And if we were going to go with Twisted Flowers, what would we be forgetting? Probably... Thing is... Yeah, right, we get the air from Sky Chips, so probably we forget Flame. And I think at least this is a way of just cranking out some fear and de-Londonifying. Never threshold Twisted Flowers. Yeah, it's awkward. The spirit you think would be great for Twisted Flowers is Bringer, but Bringer never gets... It's too expensive for Bringer. Well, I mean, Bringer can play it, with, especially multi-spirit. A bit more likely. This is... I guess it's the flowers. And so, we've got the option... See, now that we've got the option of Twisted Fast Flowers, which is fast removal of invaders, we're not so worried about losing to this instant loss in this Sands here, after a couple of builds. So I'm thinking I will go with safety first on this defend. So we'll get our reclaim 1. And we'll get our resilience. Convert one of these. One day we'll get all those stonks that we dreamed of. Indo-Claimo in here. Glimmer's Threshold of Flowers a couple of times in multi-spirit. It's pretty ridiculous. Okay, so we clear this, but then bear in mind they are going to double build. Oh, wait a second. I should just I should consider this properly. So we actually could do this in the fast phase, which prevents the double build in here. However, if we do that, we'd need to reclaim Sky Stretches and then pay a 0 cost defend, which we don't have. So that's a red herring. Let's not worry about that then. It was worth considering. Briefly. Okay, so we're defending in here, we're claiming here, we're letting this land blight. This land's going to blight next turn. Ugh, we're not really doing any flipping damage, that's the trouble. And this is going to go up to 6 next turn in this build. So we need to make sure that we generate fear next turn in the fast phase, which we could do with flowers, but we don't have that much energy. We're going to be a little bit broke. So I think we need to generate some fear this turn. Do we have useful things to do with Terrifying Chase? I suppose we could make this a bit more defendable and generate 2 fear. And we are going to get to counterattack and kill a city in here, so if we kill this town and a city and play one of these, that should be the fear we need. We could use Teeth Gleam for 3 fear. Help by Threshold it with Elemental Boon. Nice. So we actually... Oh, I could actually push... I could use Terrifying Chase in here. To de-Londonify this a little bit. And gain 2 fear. So I could bring a beast in here, kill this town, push a beast and a presence somewhere. Like in here, and then I could push... I could actually push a whole load of... But I could push both towns out from here into somewhere else. Maybe back into the coast. And generate 2 fear. Which would prevent the double build next turn. So we could sit with this on 6, which I don't like. I don't like it, Jim. Bring in one of these lads. Oh! No, I do have the damage. Let's not bring this one in. We're about to put another presence in there anyway. Okay, so I'm going to push. So currently, if we get a beast damage event, we'll kill 2 cities. So actually, a 5th beast in there won't do anything extra. So, and also a 3rd beast don't do anything extra either. Intriguing. So let's push. So I'm going to bring a presence in here. And I'm going to leave the sacred site here. Or... yeah, this is ravaging next turn, so if we are twisted flowering, I'd rather... this land won't be clear next turn, but it won't be ravaging. I'll leave the sacred site here. Okay, so we need to defend in here because of the those sneaky little Englands. And we do the big defend in here. Still feels a bit shady. Sacred sites under threat. Do we have any fire whatsoever? I don't think so. Oh, but beast stonks. Yeah. Do we want to let the island's strength repulse them? We could afford to take the risk, and at least we'd know what the hell we were working with that blight card. The stonks pay off! I know. What a glorious day. We'll gain some fear this turn. You mark my words. Bye, bye, bye. So we've got no energy. We've got no fire cards. So if we pick Sacred Sites under threat, what are we losing? We're basically losing a presence in here. Actually, that's not a big deal. We could choose to lose a presence in here. We don't need a Sacred Site in the slow phase. This is easy to replace. Or we could do this. And that has no effect apart from losing... we keep the unhealthy, I think. So we're gonna lose a presence in here, which is okay. It's okay. And Spirit Speaker Soul Rules of Power, I don't think I'm going to get that, unfortunately, because yeah, I've only got... you need 4 Dahan for that one. Yeah, let's keep the unhealthy. Because, you know, oh no, I don't lose one at all. Okay, even better. You should read the card, Peasant. Have you heard of reading the card? I've heard it. I heard the game really makes sense if you read the card. Okay, so we don't get fear for this one. Yeah, we can guard bacon. So, we'll just get 4 fear from that. Let's just get a 5th fear. You know, maybe we'll get a 6th and a 7th fear. I don't know. Maybe we'll get another 3 more for 10. You know what? Let's make it 12. And so 12 fear. The stonks are finally paid off. We're 1 fear away from Terror 3. God damn it. Hopefully the first... damn it. Oh well, it's fine. It's still good. So we need to push this beast somewhere. And now that I've learnt that odd numbers of beasts are pointless, I'm gonna push this into this rancid desert. And we'll leave that presence where it is. Okay. Skip the next normal explore. Oh god, we're into the funk zone, everybody. During the next invader phase, draw an additional explore card. Okay. Big opportunity. What's the next one? Each player will replace a town with an explorer in a coastal land. Well, we can take this from 5 to 4. I think that's worthwhile. Stave off that loss condition a little bit. Okay, so we only get the single build. Then we get the Coastal Ravage. There's our Terror 3. Quite a few cities on the board. It's funny, when I've played when I've just been playing this game against England, sometimes I just don't notice and lose to their 7th building. Damn it. Okay. So, we've got the gap from the freaky fear card. So, we've kind of got a big opportunity. We're going to have a turn with no ravage, which is kind of interesting. So if we could try and build towards getting this extra fear from flowers, maybe, with a nice mood and fear card. But in the meantime, I think Terry's chasing out of here is good. And maybe we Indo-Claymore in there next turn. This is actually pretty ferocious. This is a 15 damage ravage, but it is defendable with the chase. Sorry, with Indo-Claymore. So maybe we don't place a presence next turn. But the trouble then is oh, we could actually just use our reclaim 1 spot. Get this. And we just need to find some nice cheap cards. Yeah, fasten those seatbelts. If you have a seatbelt, I advise you to use it. Okay, so we don't want to push to the coast. So probably we push to here. Because actually, this land here is pretty defendable, right? Yeah, it's a 6 damage ravage next turn. It's a shame there are no... Oh, we could actually push... We could actually push the Dahan from here, but then we don't get the fear. So we we like that fear. We probably like that a bit more than the counterattack. We'd rather get the 2 fear now, I think. Because we might get lucky. We might get... Yeah, we might get some... I'm just going to split these down there. Split this conglomeration down. Oh no, I've just realised. Oh no, there are still some cities in with those beasts, so we might get some more stonks. Okay, so sand and mountain ravage. You've got a 9 damage ravage here. Another 9 damage in here. A 6 in there, and this. So probably the island will not be a clean island. But the end's in sight. We need 20 less 2. We need 18 fear to win. If we do double flowers with threshold, I know we're short a moon, according to the glimmer calculations. Then double twisted plus the moon is 14 of that fear, needing another 8, which we could do with our innate. But we need to survive long enough. And the trouble is, if we are using Indo-Claymore to survive, then we don't have energy for things like flowers. Okay, interestingly, that there's no sand or mountain on this coast, because we're on the wonderful D board. Best board. And if we assume that we're defending in here somehow, and we let everything go, we should survive that. But then the combination of the ravage of the event might kill us on the following turn. So there's part of me that's wondering about just floating all of these ravages here. Well, not just ignoring them completely, but ignoring them completely. I mean, like, Twisted Flowers fast in here actually deals with that. We could remove those 2 and... So the dream of the fast flowers is sky stretches plus flowers plus a moon from somewhere, because we need 3 moons. Oh, and we need the 3rd plant as well, which we don't even have 0 cost plant stuff anymore. Fast flower solves these sands. It certainly does. Crikey. The threshold is kind of gravy as well. I mean, it's an extra 4 fear if you count the 3 damage as the town kill. And we don't really need this 5th play. We just don't have enough good stuff to play. That's a 10 damage Ravage. This is the only these two mountain Ravages are actually something we can do about with the cards we have in hand. This presence here might be good to convert to a beast, but now that we're kind of at the end of our tracks, I don't really want to convert many more presents, because we don't have that many presents, and we're probably going to have a Blighted Island this turn. Unless we get very lucky with our fear cards. The trouble is we've got none of our defend cards actually in hand. Remove 2 cities and strife a town, though. And that's something we can do without Threshold. Let's quickly double check this. So we've got a 6 damage in there, which is just defendable. The trouble is we're kind of asking too much of our discard pile. We need both Sky Stretches and Resilience. Need a minus, look for an extra moon. Yeah, I think that would be nice. To get that extra, to get that 3rd moon. The thing is, it's just, the trouble with Twisted Flowers is it's just expensive, right? It's expensive for everyone. At least nothing is building into Ravage. Yes. Yeah, that's a little bit of luck there. You've been slightly lucky. We can't, of course, reclaim without doing one of these options first. We definitely need to address this land. Though we could, I think I could let the other 3 go. But it's kind of, this is also relatively easy to deal with. I could even destroy a city in here for some fast fear and then push a presence in here for a 5 defend. I think we need... Or the other option, of course, is to reclaim 2 by placing this presence here. That's also an option. Fast Flowers, this turn isn't likely. Seen reclaiming and energy concerns. Yeah. I mean, I actually think, especially as we can't just reclaim, I think probably the best option is actually just to place the extra presence and get our 2 reclaims from the bin. And grab maybe our 2 defend cards for these pretty easy defends in here. We need to somehow rescue both of these presents. That might be a bit... I suppose we could convert one of these. I'm not that keen on that, though. But then just losing a presence is kind of even worse. We could convert this one and then use this one to make a sacred site in here and defend with resilience. Options have we got? Infestation does nothing in sands and mountains. Well, what does it actually do in sands and mountains? A damage reach invader, yeah, nothing relevant. The moon card is empowering. The potential moon card is empowering. Gain a mind, look at options, says Glimmer. Yeah, that's good. I think that's the... This feels like this is almost the Twisted Flowers is almost the solution. If we get the extra energy here, we could have the reclaim, or we could just reclaim 2. And reclaim 2, I think, is probably the right pick. Though this could be another opportunity to get a moon. I wonder if there's a world where we take the energy. If we take the energy, we'll be up to 7 energy. So we could maybe reclaim Fast Flowers and defend. We could do some beast damage, put a presence over here. This actually has the air on, so we'd be able to use sap at range 1. What would be the great benefit of that, Peasant? getting the fear train going, right? And the nice thing about Twisted Flowers here... Oh, it's not... Actually, it doesn't actually guaranteed solve this land, but it would guaranteed solve this land. Yeah, I think we'd look at a minor power. So, we like moons. Is this the best moon card you've got? Okay, it does have water on it. It does have animal on it. It's a 1-cost card that gains you 1 fear. Nah. Fast Flower solves any land. With Threshold, it certainly does. That's the only moon option here. Enticing Splendor is exactly the kind of really powerful little 0-coster I like to see. But it doesn't have moon on it. Fast Flowers does solve any of these lands, doesn't it? Well, not that coastal wetland, but the ones we care about. So, Aquipus. Interestingly, we could have Infested Aquifer combo, where we use Infestation to put in a disease, and then use Aquifers to do an additional damage to each invader. Wow. So if we do it right, we can actually kill quite a lot with this combo, because this 3 damage... We could kill 3 towns. Imagine that. You have a Ravage off next turn, yeah. Feels like next turn would be a good turn for some just raw fear generation. Okay, so if we have flowers... So actually the thing is next turn, if we don't have a Ravage, we don't really care about the speed here. Unless we're preventing a loss, a London loss. Where is Here There Be Monsters? Where are any of the actual just straight up fear cards? Where are you? I mean, this is... I mean, this is a water card as well, so it does power up our good friend Nature's Resilience. Damn, I'm gonna have to get precise here. So to get the 3 moons we need for that Flowers Threshold, we need to play Flowers with Teeth Gleam, with Infested Aquifers. In addition, okay, we wouldn't need to play anything more for plants. We would need to play an air card. We have 1 air card, which is Sky Stretchers. So actually, that could be something we do not next turn, the turn after. When we have a double Ravage. That'll be fun. It adds a Strive 2. I know. I know these things. Well, I say that. So I mean, given that none of these are that great for us, I think we've got enough. At this point, an extra beast is a blight removal. No, I think it's too late for this. So we go for the what? We go for the Womb Enabler. And so what I'm thinking is maybe we do Fast Flowers on the horrible turn that will come where we have two stage 3 Ravages on the same turn. Or maybe even the build turn if it looks like we're going to lose. What would that actually look like? It would look like 8 Fast Fear. And then some Slow Fear, but we probably lost by then. So to make a turn like that happen, we need 8 energy. I love teaming with Fangs earlier. Yeah, this is a little bit A little bit late now. I think it actually still would be okay. Okay, so if we reclaim, we can't play flowers this turn. So probably we're trying to have a cheap turn. So our cheapest turn is something like sap, resilience. The good thing about the reclaim is it gives me another chance to actually find something like just a cheap fear card. It's all I ask. And it also gives us the sap and the resilience. This also gives us the sap and the resilience. But it might be nice to squeak in the chase as well. Just for a little bit more fear. Because what does our turn look like if we just grab the 2 defend cards? It's a bit... I mean, we would get to do infestation with threshold, which would be acceptable. Looking to find 10 fear before the fast flowers finisher. Yeah. Because, yeah, we do need that. 18 fear total. So, yeah, the fast flowers will be 8. 8 energy is gain a card, take 3 energy. True. And also going to have all those cards in hand already. So, I mean, maybe the reclaim's kind of good for setting up already having those cards. So maybe if I had the flowers, the sky, if I keep teeth, infested, flowers and sky in hand and try not to play them, I mean, I probably could squeak out infestation this turn. Just like any... kind of... yeah, I think we look for another useful... Part of me wonders if we're just trying to force the flowers. If I reclaim, yeah, I think we reclaim. And hope for just a good 0-cost fear card, right? Yeah, cheap turn, 0-cost fear card. The other thing I need to remember is I need to rescue both of these presents this turn. And I don't want to convert them to beasts, because remember, tipping point exists. What do we get? Rain of Blood, finally. Pawns! Oh! It's like a who's who. It's like these are the lads I'd invite to my wedding. Well, this has the moon on. And we can easily coordinate it with Ranging Hunt to get the full 3 fear. And it's fast, and it's quite a close game, so we care about the speed. Rain of Blood. Yeah, and also this is the fact it's 0 instead of 1 makes it work. It's nicer than Infested Aquifers. Gift of Constancy is, it's a little bit late for it to really shine. Pawns for those sweet Ellen butts. Yeah, all 3 of these are ones I would have been happy to see. But yeah, the fast fear is good. Yeah, I think this is the clear choice, especially as it has the moon on it. Okay, we have 4 energy. And we'll probably... So we've got defensive duties. We've got these... Let's just play out the defensive cards I think I need to play. If I play this, it also gives me the range on sap, so we can have a less risky defend on sap, which makes me feel good. So bear in mind, next time we don't have a Ravage. We don't need to be doing this fast next turn. Oh, it's nice as well because we don't need to use this to play this. Again, another budgeting tip. Hey, Chris. You plan to get married? Bring Rain of Blood to your wedding? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's exactly it. So, could maximize fear with this, with this. I mean, given that this is such an expensive thing to pull off, you probably want to be as budget conscious as possible. So, 6 damage ravage in both of these lands. So we can Nature's Resilience in here. If we do play another water, though, we could actually have the safest possible way of dealing with it, which is yoinking the Blight. So we could play Infested Aquifers, which would get us a slow fear. Or we could play Infestation, which will get us 4 fear. And a disease. Disease also could help us. But the trouble with this is we're spending our energy. It'll be a bloody wedding. Yeah, it will be. Fear not, dear viewers. There's no marriage on the horizon. Okay. So the trouble with that is we're spending all our energy, right? But we do have our Reclaim 1 spot. If we were to play this turn, we could use flowers. Bear in mind, we do have this spot. We have this spot to get another 4 energy. You want a guaranteed kill for pawns. I mean, I'm sure I've got guaranteed kills. I could kill a city in here. Oh yeah, I need to rescue these presents as well. Because these ravages are unstoppable. So I need to yoink, take these presents, grab one of these, turn one of these into a beast, and then yoink one of the others. So given that this is my only sacred site, this is the... And this is actually... And actually, I could go in either of these lands. This is my best one for killing a city. This one up here has a blight. So given that I'm targeting this land, this is easy to yoink. So I guess I turn this into a beast. So this is a undealable, withable ravage here. So we're going to be killing a town and then moving a beast out with this presence. Maybe into here. We'll resilience in here to yoink the blight because we can and it's safer. And then we can do a 1 range sap in here, which we could get unlucky on that. So we will be leaking 2 blight and we'll finally learn what our blight card is. And if I get offered a 2 blight card, I'll do my very best to resist it, because it's almost certainly the wrong choice. Though we're going to have a turn off ravages, so maybe not. I'm still not convinced about this smothering infestation. So if we go... Oh yeah, I want to just quickly check this. So if we go flowers with... If we go flowers with pawns, with Teeth Gleam, then that's all our elements. So we actually only need 6 energy. Okay, yeah, that feels better. And we only need to use 1 of our reclaims to get there. I think this is okay. This gets me extra fear too. The wetlands could go bad if they're on both the explorers. Oh yeah, we really need to try and win before the builds. I mean, we're going to be clearing out a city from one of these. But yeah, if there are double builds, then we could be in trouble, especially as there's a coastal build this turn. Okay, if they are on both of those, what's our solution, huh? I guess if we use Terry's Chase, we could push some towns out. But then we're kind of skipping 4 fear and a disease. The disease will help with a double wetland build. The thing is, it's not a great horror if we have to fast flowers an additional time. And the fact that we're going to get a disease in here hopefully will help. I mean, the event might ruin that for us. So we'll just have this land to worry about. We do still have this. Oh no, but we're probably not going to use that. Yeah, I think we're okay. Well, there are risks. So we're going to portents in here. We're going to ranging hunt. May as well just bring in an extra damage. Kill a city, do an extra damage. Then we get our extra portents. Fear as well. Oh, and I need to push out of there. Hey, good night, Flappy. Thanks for the flap redeem. Doing what you can to keep my hands in tip-top esports condition. Okay, bearing in mind this worry about the double wetland explore, I actually think I'm going to push both beasts into that coastal wetland. Because we do have the ability to fast remove blight if we have to, which could be good. And we want to bring this presence with us because there is a ravage that we're not doing anything about in here. Oh, wait a second. I only want to push one of them. Why is that? I hear you say. I don't hear you say, I'm just imagining. Because 4 beasts could clear this from the event, whereas 3 beasts couldn't. So we're just going to push the 1 beast. Okay, so we'll yoink this blight, which is the safest way of dealing with that. We'll defend in here, which is a risky defend. But there are 2 other ravages, okay? Years of Little Rain? Oh, my friend. Beast attack, though. It's going to be some emotional damage. So, we'll probably just discard Aquifers. We don't actually need it for our current incarnation of this. We don't want to risk the extra blight because we're quite close to the edge on that. Even though the... So I think we do want to do this anyway. But yeah, beast attack's going to be good. And we've actually cleared this land here with the beast attack. Here it won't quite do it. I guess we could let the land wither. Well, hello there, Argon. Hello, hello, hello. Nice to see you, my friend. Beast attack is the win, I'm pretty sure. Yeet. Hey there, Anselmo. Greetings. Greetings, Argon. What have you been up to? The Legend of Dragoon. Oh, it's Friday. You're on your P station. Nice to see you. Good eatings. Yeah, yeah. We're playing some Spirit Island, which is what I do on a Friday. I've somehow been consistent with this, so yeah, welcome. If you have any questions, Raiders, about Spirit Island, feel free to ask them, and I will. I'll give you nonsense answers. This is a big result. So we're easing the drought. Actually, no, wait. Let's not autopilot this. So the let the plants wither and die will reduce all the health of everything, and given that I'm about to do a boatload of damage, it's pretty serious. Need to peace station these peeps, exactly. Gotta get people enjoying the peace station. So let's actually look at what's happening here. Currently, these 4 beasts. So yeah, for anyone that's just joined from Argon, or we're kind of right at the end of quite a close game, and I need to do some maths. So the trouble with this is that it might well add some blight, but that might be okay if it means we just win. So in this situation here, these 3 beasts are going to do 6 damage. Not enough to clear this land, but it will mean we kill an extra city. Where are the... Okay, this city will still be on the board. In this situation here, we actually don't need to let the plants wither and die. We don't need to. We've already got the damage. Because of that, I actually deliberately set that up. I'm sure I did. Or did I just imagine it? In this situation here, these three will only kill one city at the moment. But if we go with the plants withering and dying, it'll kill both. And here they're going to kill both cities. Anyway, but if we switch it out, then they'll kill a town as well. It's a pretty big deal. I needs to blight at some point, but the difficulty was too easy. It's true. Got to lurk now, things to do. Hey, well, thanks so much for bringing your Argon Raiders. Your peace stationers. So basically, in this land, it's going to mean we kill an extra town. So one more fear here. Actually, there might just be enough damage anyway. It's more significant in here. It goes from killing a city and an explorer to killing 2 cities. So it's 2 extra fear in here. I think it is actually a let the plants wither and die situation. I think that's just correct. I mean, but especially as this land's going to get cleared, and this blight being added to sands, we'd already calculated to allow for that. So they'll add a blight in here, but then the beast will clear the land anyway. So I think this is almost... I mean, it's not even necessarily going to add the blight. Yeah, and in this case, it's killing an extra city here. It's killing an extra town in here. It's killing an extra city in here. So I think we... Let's just quickly check out. So I think we are letting the land wither. Unusual. I think it's 1 fear short of instant win. Yeah, I think it's close to that. Okay, so we didn't get the extra blight. So now we do a lot of damage. So let's do... What? Each beast deals 2 damage. Oh, I guess it's... Oh yeah, if I do this correctly, I can make it so I only lose 1 beast, which might be unnecessary. So, I actually don't think there's a way I can split that up so that I only lose 1 beast there. Okay, so in here we just do 2 damage to a city, then 2 damage to another city, and then the last beast finishes off those 2 cities. You have to do each beast individually. Yeah, kinda. Because you can kind of cheese it so that you lose fewer beasts. So in this case, we do 2 damage to 1 city, 2 damage to another city, and then the final beast does the final 2 damage. So we only lose 1 beast instead of 2 beasts. Let's see. Though, what? Yeah. Okay, so in here, do 2 damage to that city, 2 damage to that city. Destroy these 2. Wow, we've done it. We've done it, chat. We did the stip. We beat the odds. We saw those odds, and it only took me 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours, huh? Crikey. I thought I'd spare those towns. You know, they're all just busy being scared anyway. Crikey, thanks for the clap. Worked hard to get where I am today. Already speedrun. Alright, Spacehawk. You mathed wrong. Hey, maths is hard. Okay, it's very confusing. Okay, serial killers. Okay, we didn't get the good number. There's only one reason I checked this. It's because I'm on Twitch. We got the it's alright. It's 1 off the good number. We got 70. So it's almost nice. So, I did promise Flap Eyes. What the hell did I promise Flap Eyes? Green versus Prussia 6. I can't see a thematic connection. Happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Poultry Speaker. So I did make a promise. This should be a much quicker match. Let's see what. Well, let's not do D. It's going to look through chat and see. Okay, A. Fangs Giving has an A in it. So green versus Prussia 6. Quite a different matchup. It's just fast. Gotta go, dude. Have fun. Hey, thanks everyone for hanging out. Okay. We've got an opening, mountain and jungle explore. Okay, that's good. I think, well, is it good? It's all right. Doesn't seem terrible. I mean, yeah, it's all right. City build here. The risk on this matchup is not getting a fear card early enough. Like in that last game. At least I'm not like restricted by the stip this time round. And these buildings, they've only got 2 health. Pathetic. Can I remember how to play as green? That's the next question. So turn 1, typically you want to be doing this. And you want to take this first energy, otherwise you have a very sad turn 1. And it's probably, it's the old stem trick. So probably destroying this town, maybe. It's worth planning it out because this is quite it's a weird matchup because you have this first crisis and then you have a little bit of a lull. And I'm wondering if there's anything specific to this particular match. I have trouble with this match, says Bacon. England 6 is tough, but not as tough because they don't rush me. Yeah, Prussia 6 does. They do hurry you along, don't they? Cheeky little. So what's the stem trick? I hear you asking. It's using stem and being tricky. It's a bit awkward because you use this 1 damage to a building, and you use it in conjunction with the first tier of your innate. It's just the thing you do on turn 1 when you're green. Turn to innate defend worth consideration too. Yeah. I'd say yes. This is the only land with a compelling defend. So to get the extra defend too early, you tend to have to pick this plant off. Because you only start off the game with 2 plays. You can actually grab this plant by revealing it mid-turn if you're using your Overgrow and a Knight to add a presence. So probably that's what I'll do. This is the only compelling counter-attack here because we've got a double Dahan in there. There's no one in here. So this is more like just a Ravage a land to let go. Means you have to go up the much maligned top track. Yeah. Oh yeah, just need to change the title. So we're no longer top track fangs stip. We're just green versus just for all those hordes of people that are browsing the board games category. Hordes. So I kind of like the idea of preventing this build with choke the land with green, which is green's. This is green's cheeky little choker, and then potentially defending for the counter. It's kind of ideal to keep the island healthy as long as possible with green, because once you play out all your presence, which is relatively achievable, you then get the steady regeneration for free, which is quite nice. There's an extra eye in the title. Is that intentional? Probably not. Not intentional at all. I was struggling to find the energy today to stream, which is why we've got drum and bass today. The other option actually is the early fields choked. But the stem trick is, let's not fall into the tank too much. So maybe prevent this build. Defend, but maybe this defend's better actually. I think this defend is nicer. We leave the beast. The beast might help me in there. So probably we're letting this land go, and maybe this land too. There's quite a lot of... There's a bit of upfront planning going on here at PHQ. So we could stem trick this. We could make a sacred site here with this presence. I generally like to put my extra presence in non-jungles and wetlands because it's harder to get presence in there. So I might put the presence in here because this also starts with the blight on as well. So it's kind of a slightly more higher priority to defend. I'm often broke on energy with green, even if I go top track. Yeah, this is why it's a bit like with shadows. You kind of got to dip into the top track early, otherwise you have a horrible game. That's just my experience with green. Just wondering whether to let this land go. Or whether to, or the other option, of course, is to just prevent the ravage. I like the defend in here. I think that's okay. That's doable. We need the sacred site for the defend. This is why part of why green is tricky. You've got this like 0 range requirement and sacred site requirements. And you've also got a continual incentive to destroy your own sacred sites. Maybe I just prevent this ravage in here. And maybe we prevent this ravage. Maybe we prevent this ravage. So there'll be a city. What's Glimmer saying? East jungle ravage, west jungle build. It might be a bit over ambitious. So yeah, we want one of these from energy. We don't really want to be taking this on just yet, because we can take it mid-turn, remember? And we need to get to that 2 plays ASAP. So this needs to go in jungle wetland for the stem trick. I think I'd rather just prevent this. Defend in here. We just need to weather this storm without the iron blighting. Should be doable. But we need to be prioritizing our powering up rather than preventing every last blight. So this is tempting to just let go. I guess it partly depends what this is. And just prevent the ravage. Which should be doable because it's a jungle, so we can easily put our presence, our every turn presence in there, as well as a overgrown and night presence. So, and I'd forgotten about Gift of Proliferation as well, because I'm a big brainer. We could use it to put a presence in this jungle, but remember how I was saying about I prioritize putting presence into sands and mountains, because it's harder to get presence in, and having our presence in there is it's a safety net. It means you can take more risks, because you can always just prevent a ravage that you don't like the look of. If I know the island probably gets blighted soon, I often choose to place destroyed presence, because else I'm losing 1 energy a turn. Really? Crikey. But what about these beauties up here? So we go to here, because remember we can reveal that plant mid-turn with overgrow. Okay, so we're just letting that go. We're just letting it all happen. Okay, Prussia wants them out of town, do they? So we do prefer things to be in jungles or wetlands. Only if the tracks are almost done. Okay, good. Phew. So we don't really want to add in the sands, because especially as our defend power is kind of puny. So probably I add it to this coastal wetland. Rather than here, we might have a shout at clearing the inland. I think putting this in here this early is needless. So I'll put that in there, I think. Even with the disease as well. Okay, so we've got our creepers our stem trick now so we can kill a town. It's not it's not much, but it's honest work. That's what they say on the internet. Okay, so we have our opening ravage. What the hell was I thinking? I was going to prevent this ravage and this ravage. And defend this one. Probably letting this go. If we can keep the island healthy, then we're in good shape. Can we keep the island healthy? Can we? Here's the problem with, I guess by placing the presence here, this is a mistake. Actually, I think this probably is a mistake, actually. I should probably have used this to keep the island healthy. So currently, we're looking at, this is defendable. We could prevent this ravage, so maybe we're letting these two go. This is nice that this sand hasn't matched up with this. It gives us a little bit of breathing room. Once I get 2 energy in 4 plays, I place destroyed when I can, except against Prussia. Need major destruction. The funny thing about Prussia, I mean, a bit like England, is that it has a very, well, not like England, but it's got such a small fear deck. Tiny little fear deck. I mean, you don't have much time, right? That's the... So I think in this case, defend, prevent. Yeah, we actually have a choice here. If we want to use this, we need to basically play both of these. It's worth trying to rush another presence. Not really. The extra presence isn't going to do a lot for us. So we've got a slightly risky defend in here with our all-enveloping green. But I think this is the pick. Yeah, we need to play this anyway. Yeah. I'm basically just doing the standard opening. It's just just forgot it, okay? So all of our cards right now are good. So we look for a minor power. It's unlikely we'll actually play it though. Yeah, and we really want a fear miner. Always high difficulty. In my limited experience, we like minor powers that give us fear. Like not these ones. Can you get some beast donks out? Just pretend I'm still playing my beloved Fangs. Well, these are puny fear deck for a 6A. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, you just don't have much time to set up. That's the problem. So, Call to Bloodshed is going to be weaker because we're about to lose 2 of our Dahan. And it's a funky card anyway. Rouse is actually alright. And actually, it's a bit weird to try and take this for the sake of a major power, but it has great elements for that other card. How's it called? Cardium at Card Face. That's the one. Yeah, Cardium at Card Face. Where are you, Cardium at Card Face? You cost 5. That's all I know. I know its name somewhere. It's just not in my head right now. Blazing Renewal. There it is. Yeah. This is lovely for green. But picking this for the sake of Blazing Renewal is kind of ridiculous because it's kind of a bit expensive for green as well. Rouse Trees is not bad versus Prussia. It actually prevents a build. It does have plant element and mountain. This fast blight removal is pretty nice. I kind of like getting some stomps on the board though. Rouse to sometimes finish off a city in combination with an 8. Yeah, true. True. Okay, let's get Rouse. Also, lovely art. Look at this. It's top-end action. Okay, so we're preventing this Ravage over here. We need this plant element. Otherwise, we're not preventing Jack Diddley. So yeah, it looks like we are going to be letting... We're going to be letting 2 Blight go down this turn. We need this... Do we need the acceleration this turn? The acceleration could get us to 3 plays next turn, which is pretty nice. Rouse, yes. It's rereading chat, classic. It's a classic streamer mistake. Oh, what am I doing? I'm hovering in midair. I should be down here. It's the world coming to. Okay. So the acceleration, it's a bit of a bland bit of the tracks, but it will get us to the good stuff. And we can maybe... Oh, this is a nice defend here. And this... Actually, overgrowing into here could be good as well. Because it means we could just prevent a ravage there. I'd rather prevent a ravage than a build, just because we can, with events in the deck, with the event deck in play, we can still have a blight come from a single explorer, which is unusual, but can be pretty devastating. So here's our defend 2. And where do we overgrow? And we will of course be going along the bottom track. And what that's going to mean is that next turn, when we reclaim, we'll be at 3 plays, because we'll get this extra. We'll always get to place this, which is a good spot to be in. So given that there's no Dahan in here for counter, this is the one where we're going to defend next turn. So I'm thinking to make a super sacred site. This is a peasant-only deal. And we'll take it from the bottom track. Get that lovely third play. Explorers have +1 health. Beasts are going to give me a fear. And an extra Dahan, inland land with Dahan. Nice. That's pretty good. So here we can actually get there's no extra damage there. And this actually means we clear the Explorer as well. And we get rid of the lone Dahan. The lone Dahan is a bit of a risk for one of the events that will convert it to town, which can make a difference. So we'll take that. And then we have, there's some bad news in this Ravage. We're down to 1 blight on the island. But we've we get a little bit of a... We get to relax a little bit now. We do prevent this Ravage. Well, maybe relaxing isn't quite right. I'm going to allow this build. I actually didn't think about what I was going to do with fields choked. Didn't think about it. So I'm going to allow this, and we're going to prevent the Ravage. Because the Ravage is where the real damage is done here. I think if I had a chance of clearing the inland, I would prevent the build. Okay. Prussia. So we've got a wetland explorer. Okay, that's great. So we're preventing this Ravage next turn. We're defending in here with our innate. If we're lucky, we can get it to 2-4 for a pretty safe defend. Rock solid. And I think that's where the strength of green is that the certainty that choke gives you means that you can kind of push things in other areas. I don't know. Maybe that just sounds nice to me. So we've got 1 more stage 2 card left. So it's either mountains, jungles, or coast. Mountains are pretty bad news right now. We could just stick this in the wetland. I mean, they are going to build a city there next turn. The thing I don't like about putting it in mountains are mountains are already in trouble. And remember, our wetland is our kind of strong area. Though maybe I'd be trying to prevent this Ravage next turn anyway. Oh, sorry, not next turn. In a couple of turns. This is also an option. Because we've already had this stage 3 card, we know that it's less likely to come up later on. Because, well, that particular card is not going to come up later on. And this city isn't going anywhere anytime soon. So it's not like we're going to clear this and clear the interior. Yeah, let's add it in here. That makes more sense, actually. Just makes more sense. Okay, so we've got Creeper's Tower. I don't think it's going to do anything. Nothing's partially damaged. And we've got some fields choked with growth. So we can't make this Dahan not be on their own. It's something I like to try and make happen. But we can rearrange these Dahan. I mean, there is going to be a Ravage here in this, when this kind of cuts to here. And because this is innate, we can pretty much do it almost every turn, especially if we gain some cards, i.e. water plant cards or water cards, to enable this defend. And as green, we're not really massively punished for reclaiming, really, because we're always placing presence with this and with our actual cards. And our overgrow and our gift are so strong that the reclaim is just fine. Move town out of sand 4. Do you want to move to harm this turn? I'm going to defend in here in next turn. I could do that too. Actually, that's not a bad idea, because I could just save my third presence there. I quite like the idea of moving these to hand for a counterattack in this wetland. And then maybe I'll put extra presence in here to counter the Ravage. Puny fear deck, it's true. It's so puny. I mean, I quite like this idea. It does preserve my presence on the board. And if I put into this jungle, this is beyond my ability to defend anyway. So it doesn't really make much odds. Against Prussia, there's no real disadvantage to stacking enemies. It's not like England. Actually, I like that move. Apart from the fact I've already kind of committed to the prevention, but the sand will come up eventually. And next turn, if I reclaim next turn, I can put my presence in here, and then I can put a proliferation presence in here. Well, okay, over the course of 2 turns, I can prevent that Ravage. So yeah, I like that. I like it. Counterattack Wetland 5 sounds also like a good idea. Yeah. I think the fact this jungle exists makes me less excited for that idea. Though I do have this. I do have the ability to kill cities. And these Dahan are doing nothing in here. And I am going to defend this land anyway. This is already allocated. Yeah, I'm going to go with my original plan. Creeper's Tear, uselessly. Okay, so we've got this Ravage that I'm just going to prevent. This, which I'm going to defend. So if I want to get this tier, I need to basically play both of my water plant cards, so stem and fields. And I probably want to play gift anyway for acceleration. Whatever I pick, I can get to my third play. But of course, I want to actually have cards to play. So I think this is a reclaim and minor power situation. None of my cards are that forgettable yet. Though Gift of Proliferation, although you actually can do funky things, which I think Glimmer taught me, I'm concerned by funky things. We only need 1 energy for this turn, so I think it's a reclaim and minor power. And we can guaranteed get the 4 defend that I really want in here. So yeah, let's look at a minor power. Gift of Power is lovely, Rain of Blood's lovely. Call of Dahan Ways is acceptable. Gift of Power has the perfect elements. This fast blight removal power, I hardly ever get it, but it's great when I can. Typically, if I'm getting this, the game's already over. And this is kind of perfect for that. But half the reason you'd get Gift of Power is to get Rain of Blood, or cards like Rain of Blood. So it's like I could just take the actual thing I want. The nice thing about Gift of Power is it also helps me with my innate defend, and actually I'm getting good value out of my innate defend in this run. My Dahan are being useful. So I think it is Gift of Power. And we'll pick, it's sad not to pick a Rain of Blood. Gift of Power for a possible Jungle Hungers. Yeah, Jungle Hungers is great. And this is not bad. We've got 1 land that is not adjacent to a jungle. And this actually works quite well this turn, I think. Though we are playing Fields Choked and Stem, We might actually play this instead of Proliferation, maybe. Proliferation gets us early energy. Keeping gift around to push stuff around after your board is clear. It's edge case stuff. Coming clutch before though. Yeah. So. Oh yeah, I can substitute in gift of power for stem. Stem can be great. Because it's kind of interesting that it kind of counters your weakness in Mountains and Sands to some degree. And we are placing a presence. So I did want to build up to deal with this Ravage. Because remember, we've only got one... Our island is healthy, but we've only got one Blight. So we kind of want to keep it healthy. And we want that third play. So this isn't going to do a lot this turn, but we'll deal with the Ravage next turn. We're still in stage 2, but stage 3 is coming. So we've still got to hurry up. Hurry up! So Proliferation helps us hurry up. Gift of Power is good, and Fields Choked is nice as well because we're actually using our defense pretty well. We can use this to relocate those to Han. Got some dubstep to add to that speedy feel. Yeah, I had to resort to... I don't normally play drum and bass when I play Spirit Island because I actually really like the Spirit Island digital soundtrack, but my energy levels were very low today. I had to pull out... I tried everything. I had to make peaso special honey hot chocolate. So there's our defend. That should be pretty safe. And we have Proliferation. So we're preventing this Ravage. So we'll have a nice Sacred Site here. What about this Proliferation? Maybe in here, because it's a mountain that already has Blight in. What? I'd try that. Yeah, I couldn't find my peanut butter. I'm sure I've got some somewhere. I've probably got like 5 packs hidden back of a cupboard. 5 jars. I feel like here is good. It already has the Blight. And we've still got enough energy, presence on our tracks. We could make this a Sacred Site. I think this is the pick. It doesn't matter which one we go for. And this actually, together, if we do get a water card, so probably looking at a water minor power next turn, we should still get a 4 defend, which we could use in here. So yeah, and I generally pick from the track that gives me options, but I'm just going to pick this because I don't want to... I suppose if I picked this and went for the extra here, I'd get extra play, but then have 4 plays and only 3 cards. So yeah, let's just pick this. Let's keep things simple. Oh no, I'd have Gift of Power. Wait. What I'm thinking about is doing this option to get the extra play next turn and have more energy and get to place an extra presence. So if I place this and place these 2, I'd be slightly accelerated, and I'd have whatever card this was. Just sometimes I like to just overconsider a inconsequential decision. You know? It's not completely inconsequential. Invaders do +1 damage per land when ravaging. How rude. And we've got disease to the jungle wetland with most buildings, and remove a blight from land with at least 2 to harm. Do we have such a thing? Alas, no. So, we've got disease. Let's not add it in with Dahan. Because they're our friends. So given that this is a jungle, we're much more likely to prevent ravages in there. It's not a big option since it's back-to-back 2 energy from track. Not a big option. There's a little modicum of an option there. Tiny possibilities. Hey, Pine. It's going well. How are you doing? It's, of course, a disease, so it does prevent a build. I mean, this does have blight in, so we don't really want much more building than that. Thing is, this has presence in, so we kind of don't want to... If there's a ravage in here, we're going to lose a presence in here anyway. Wow, the bot's... Hello there, bot. Goodbye, little one. Okay. Counter in here. Let's add it in here, in case I do get to clear this somehow. Okay, so we've got the good news ravage. Which we counter. Wow, we've got a fear card. And we'll just prevent this ravage. And that disease prevents that one. We allow this build and counter. Because this city here exists. If this lot didn't exist, I'd be tempted to just prevent this build, keep these lands away without having buildings in. But they do exist, so we'll take the extra fear in the ravage. Okay. So. Good. I finished my courses today. Hey! Awesome. Do you feel footloose and fancy free? That's a phrase that I don't really understand. If we put a town in here and they bring a... It could be a job for Rouse the Trees and Stones, which we're probably going to squeak in next turn. So, yeah, let's put it in there. Loosefoot seems bad. Yeah. What's the deal with that? Oh, we've actually got Creeper's Tear. I am playing this a little bit on autopilot. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll Gift of Power. Ooh. Okay. Shadows of the Burning Forest sounds scary. Delusions of Danger actually does something against Prussia. We can just prevent builds. Like this build. Just prevent it. This, of course, though is a 0 cost fear card that feeds into our Creeper's Tear. So that's something, and it helps us clear our mountains. It's like we could potentially use it in here somehow. Somehow. Almost just need to do my practical. Shadows is good for jungle hungers as well. And then you're graduated. Hey. Amazing. A freshly qualified pine. This is a preventable build. Where are we? We're in the slow phase. Horrible elements. Yeah, I think we go with this. Often hope for jungle hungers, but I play green. Yeah, I can see that. Jungle hungers mad you. Okay, so next turn we've got a very nice ravage with counter here. We've got this ravage that we're just going to prevent to keep it unhealthy. So I think this might be a town push kind of turn. Could prevent the city build in here. What that means is that we can actually kind of push out with Shadows of the Burning Forest. Compassing does some work against level 3 cards. Board isn't too overrun. True. But I'm going to be probably grabbing a major or two soon. So the fact it's a 0 coster is pretty nice. Professional IT pint at the croissant. Excellent. Yeah, I never got around to becoming a professional at anything. Alas. Or we could just destroy that town instead of Field Choke to Growth. Or we could destroy this town and push these Dahan in here. We're out of escalation effects now. We don't have an... God, maybe we could clear the interior. We're definitely going to want to be using shadows soon. Professional slacker. Well, Pro gamer TM? Yeah, yeah. I'm something of a billionaire, don't you know? Okay, so this ravage is getting prevented. We could prune it a little bit. But no, okay, let's kill one of these towns and then push the other. This is a city build. Oh, it's one of those classic circular decisions where I just go, I don't know. We are into stage 3 now, and we've made very little progress. Don't say prune around green. Plants don't mind a bit pruning. They don't mind. Plants are bigger than that. I actually think I'm thinking about something I don't need to think about. Because it has the same result either way. So I think I'm going to push into here. It's a coastal wetland adjacent to a jungle. When we get a major, the odds of it targeting this land are high. I said green plus wildfire creeper's tail would be a superpower. With flames. Yeah, green plus wildfire is balmy. I think I did do some playthroughs on the old channel. Way playthrough. I saw enough. Okay, this ravage we are preventing. This ravage we are defending. Okay, so to defend it, we've got a risky defend unless we get to grab a water card. If we grab a water card, then it's a 4 defend, which should be pretty safe. Yeah, it's a really fun duo. So, the other thing could be thinking about is looking at a major power. Gift of proliferation, it might be time for gift to go. I like overgrowth for this secondary effect later on as a backup plan. But we've got we need to be gaining some big fear and some big damage, and we're not really doing that just yet. We don't get the really good defend if we go with this set, though. Could do some pretty serious damage in here, though, with the old rouse. The other thing that's interesting in this particular situation is that if the Ravage is going to place Blight, we could just lose a presence instead. Trouble is we'd lose our targeting site for rouse, but we could target it somewhere else. And that's why I think green's so powerful, because the certainty of the choke. So I can take that risk, and it just doesn't matter. I think risky defense acceptable because we already have one event added plus some damage from invaders. Perhaps there is one other event that does that. Yeah, I actually don't know. So I kind of think I want to look at a major, especially as we've got Gift of Power. Gift of Proliferation isn't as crucial because we will soon not really have any presence to speak of anyway. So I think it's major time. And we can play almost any major in the game this turn. Because, yeah, we need big fear, big damage. Let's see what we get. Mists of Oblivion. Glimmerfest Incarnation. Probably we're not very airy. Yeah, we're not very airy at all. We're a little bit moony, though. We're moonier than most. This is still pretty nice, even without Threshold, but... It is 6 fear, but it's quite expensive. But we could just start clearing out the interior with that. Trees and stones, we've only lost 1 Dahan, but it doesn't feel great. Terrifying Nightmares could be good. It's a lot of fear, and we are kind of moony. And we could even use it to do something. Prevent a build somewhere, like this build here. Could be awkward. Manifest is tricky with green, says Glimmer. All that fear is what green needs sometimes, yeah. I mean, it's expensive for green. Oh, we should have some sun on... Yeah, we've got sun on fields choked. But then we don't have any moon sun cards. So we're not getting this threshold anytime soon. I mean, even if we just play it once in here, the 6th sphere, we've already kind of allocated our presence to the coastal wetlands to prevent that ravage. But even if we just play it once, that's decent. And we'll soon be... I guess the trouble with playing this is we don't overgrow this turn. If we don't overgrow, we don't clear our tracks. I mean, not that that's critical. Can we get Terrifying Nightmare's Threshold? I don't like playing this card without Threshold. We do have Gift of Power and Shadows and Overgrow. It's kind of an expensive turn that does something. Manifest is good once. We've got a good Manifest in this coastal jungle as well. And that coastal wetland would be okay. And it's a lot of fear. And we could clear the interior if we have this. We could clear this, which has been like the keystone of the interior. Hey, Mr. P. How you doing? You been playing much of the old Spizzers and Izzers lately? Miss is just horrible with that threshold. Or is it? I mean, we do have other damage. We've got things like Rouse. We've got stuff like Creeper's Tear. A turn that is Terrifying Nightmares with Threshold is 6 fear, 9 fear, 11 fear, plus Gift of Power. And the other stuff. I mean, that's a lot of fear. Not since my last Thunderspeaker debacle. Yeah, just... Thunderspeaker is brutal with events. Really, truly brutal. Hard to put a couple of times. Gonna run out of Evader deck here. And the fact this is fast means I'm gonna get an extra go at it as well. The trouble is to get the threshold. I need to work quite hard. I mean, I'm not getting... If I got it this turn, I think I'd just pick it. With no questions asked. 7 fear in a Lanka isn't bad. Mucks up your turn flow, though. I think it's okay. I won't be doing any overgrow. I think it's... the other thing is it doesn't have water on, so I don't get the safe defend, but the safe defend doesn't matter. This is a lot of fear. I think that's what we pick. I think we lose Gift of Proliferation. So, if we play these 4 cards, we're actually going to get a couple of lots of Creeper's Tear. Our defend will be a defend 2, but we have a backup plan. This presence needs to go in here. Yeah, we've got 0 cost stuff to play, so we'll stick that in there. Now we play all this long. And we can combo Rouse with Stem and with Creeper's Tear in here, potentially, to do quite a lot of damage. Because Stem is cool. It does damage to every building. It's only going to be 1 building. Oh, we can't Rouse in here. We could clear in here, though, with Stem and Rouse. Though we don't have to worry about that Ravage. When you get Threshold, you get level 3 Creepers, too. 3 more fear. 2 more fear. True. Nightmares plus Overgrow is 6 energy as well. Yeah. I Yeah, I think I prefer this. With this run, I am shooting a little bit from the hip. A little bit. Interestingly, if I use shadows to push the town into here, I could rouse. I could then stem to do damage to both and then finish both towns with rouse. We've got some other cool stuff going on this turn. And we're preventing this ravage, and we might be preventing this ravage. Oh, if we prevent this ravage, then we don't get to do the extra damage in here. Alright, okay. Okay, so we've got our defend 2 in here. Let's see what our event is. In each land with at least 2 explorers, push 1 to an adjacent land without invaders. Do we even have lands without invaders? On each board, push a beast to an adjacent land with no light. It deals a damage there. And we've got some canny defense. We could just prevent this build. Had all these great grand plans to destroy multiple towns in here. But it probably is the right thing to do. Is it? We're going to build a town explorer here. Oh, we could just... Yeah, this is the right thing to do. We generate a little bit less... What's the actual upshot? There'll still be an explorer in here next turn. All we're doing... Oh, I guess it means... we could Creeper's Tear somewhere else. Yeah, we'll Creeper's Tear in here or something. We'll just prevent the build. Kill the town in Sand 7 with rouse as well. So many rousing options. Invaders do not build in lands with cities. Okay, we have the Ravages. So we're going to prevent this ravage. And we're going to allow this one. Okay. Preventing the build sounds nice. Okay, what's jungle and sand? That's okay. Oof. Oof. Oh, have they just put in... Has that explorer ruined my manifest? It might have done. No, it does remove an explorer. Phew. Okay. So we'll do this in the correct order. Okay, so this is new information. Let's think about it. Oh, prevent. Oh, that. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's often the right thing to do. And as Chris says, I've got other stuff I can do with this damage. Okay, so this is non-optional pushing. So, but luckily there's only one extra explorer in here, so we can just do this. And that 1 damage ravage won't be a problem. And the disease should prevent the build. It won't necessarily prevent the build. Okay, and we have 2 lots of Creeper's Tear and we have a stem. We could kill a city somewhere. Now, given that we've got Manifest Incarnation, we might want to leave a city somewhere on the board. So we're probably going to want to try and stick this in next turn somewhere, but we're not going to be able to afford it probably for a turn. Explorer push with rouse isn't optional. Okay, so I think this shadows push here is good. Though we could just clear this land completely for a very safe. I feel like I want to kill a city with this Creeper's Tear. This is our only creeperable city in here. Rouse is perfect in these sands. It's alright. good. It's perfect. No exaggeration there from 3 times winner of the week. We're at Terra level 2. We have to push. Hey, electrical. What's the music? This track, the gist. K1 has a great intro. Exclamation mark song, and it should tell you. I had to resort to the drum and bass playlist because I was very low on energy today. I normally go with the lovely in-game soundtrack. Okay, so we don't have a build here. This disease should prevent this build here. Here, we've already got this sacred site. So, you know, there's no real emergencies here. I think this is an opportunity to kill a city, so we should take it. Now, Manifest Incarnation is kind of weird because it's very precise. It's a city, a town, and explorer. The only D&B stuff I know is Aphex Twin. Oh, nice. I feel like I've only really listened to a very small proportion of Aphex Twin. I really love the first ambient album. Oh, in fact, this is the only city I can kill. Oh, and there's dealing with this land here. Well, yeah, we do this in here. Get that fear going. And we have to push these, and I'm just clustering these in this wetland here. We don't want to push into here because even though the beast might deal with it, it might not. And yeah, as wetland presence is so much easier to replace, we push into this wetland, and we're kind of clearing the inland as well. Mega Chris will go for the city kill in the wetland. Wetland might come up later again, and there will be new city for Manifest. That's true, especially as we're not playing this anytime soon. And it gets you 6 fear regardless, so I don't need the perfect land. We could just cultivate a city somewhere and take this opportunity to kill a city. Yeah. So yeah. Okay, that's 4 Terra 2 fear cards. Decent. Now it's like, do you just YOLO for a big fear major? We've got to turn off. Okay, we are 12 fear away from upgrading those cards. That's not happening. Oglim is asking the real questions. Drugs is good. Yes, that's the other album. Okay, I've listened to... Oh, I've lost a bit of my trackpad. I've listened to Drugs a fair amount. It's a corker. Okay, what's actually going on here? We have 3 cards from Terra 3. There's 1 city on the board. 12 fear from Terra 3, but there's no build here. There's no build here as long as the disease does something. There is a build here, but we're not worried about this ravage. In fact, we might even just prevent the build, even though there are 2 explorers there. It's probably a reclaim turn. Maybe reclaim and major. Damn, I think I've lost a slightly... I have to get the blue tack out for my trackpad. Wetland will come one of the next 2 turns, if not both. Oh yeah, so we know that jungle's unlikely to show up. I mean, it could still show up, but it's unlikely. But wetland is highly likely, as are mountains. So if we reclaim, we're still at 2 energy, and we can still look at a major power. I mean, we've kind of got some forget fodder. We could gain some more forget fodder fairly easily. What if you don't reclaim? You can solve jungle without it. Well, yeah, I mean, it could be good to... Trouble with the reclaim is that then we're on 2 energy. I mean, probably the best thing to do is to just make a sacred site in this land over the course of a couple of turns. And deal with the ravage, just prevent the ravage. I'll just see what I'm trying to... The trouble is, I mean, Manifest is basically 6. Well, it's minimum 7 fear, isn't it? Minimum. We need 12 to get to Terror 3. If we're thinking about saving up for another Manifest, then we want to have a cheap turn. A cheap turn could still be generating a decent amount of fear and doing some good stuff. Yeah, I think I do about those explorers. Nothing with this, with what I have here. And we've switched over to the point where we could now be preventing city builds to try and get that Terror 3 win. If we reclaimed and got a... I know we rejected Rain of Blood earlier. The other thing to think about is Overgrow is 3 fast fear as well. Not enough to upgrade from 2 to 3. If we could upgrade these, that would be incredible. That's not happening. Impossible, as the French might say in the situation, when contemplating that particular upgrade. Flexing my quite funny qualification. Yeah, we've got 4 plays and we've got useful things to do. There's no, I don't think we skip the reclaim here. And we kind of want to save energy. But then we're getting extra chaff from Gift of Power anyway. We're getting some bits and bobs. But yeah, and these final steps are not that important. So we could just look at another major. Just look at it, out of the corner of our eye. Not that we'd be able to afford to play it this turn unless it's something like Tiger's Hunting. Which actually could be decent-ish. Or save up for a turn 2 Jungle Hungers. We've got easy threshold on Jungle Hungers. You were thinking of going for the energy. Okay, let's just consider this idea. Oh, what? Just to guarantee be able to afford Manifest next turn. So going for the energy, you could play Overgrowth for the 3 fast fear. Or the acceleration. Probably the fear. If you were to play Overgrowth, you'd have 3 energy to play with. It could be a major. There's plenty of nice majors you could play for 3. A lot of them aren't... Actually, I guess a lot of 3-cost majors aren't actually very relevant in this board position. It just feels like a bit of a waste of a turn when I've got things I can do. Because I could be using my innate to kill buildings. I mean, the only obvious 3 costs are things like maybe Pen, except we don't have a good board for Pen. Tigers is good, Jungle Hungers is good for this turn. Winds is it's a good card. Or Wrap could be okay. Well, no, Wrap's kind of pointless this turn. So I'm not convinced by gaining the energy here. Given that by reclaiming I get all this cheesy fear and Rouse plus Creepers, Destruction, and I've got a land where I can do that. Acceleration into Jungle, so you still get to the 3 energy soon. Not married to the reclaim today, just pondering. Yeah. I think, I've got these nice cards to play that just so happen to give me my Creeper's Tear as well. So I could, if I reclaim, I can have a cheap turn that's generating me a good chunk of fear, destroying some stuff that might set up a good next turn where I play Manifest. And if I reclaim, I might even gain a companion, a Sun Moon card. Though there aren't that many in Branch and Claw either. I think didn't they add a whole ton in Jagged Earth? Which I might just imagine that. So yeah, I think it feels like such a safe plan to put presents in here this turn with the reclaim. Then we've got the backup plan. Hey there, Killzor. Which website is this? This is the Spirit Island digital app by Handelabra. Like 2 Sun Moon miners. Okay, we've got Portents of Fun. So yeah, this is like a standalone app. It's available on Steam. And it's also available on mobile. I'm not a dev, but I like the devs. They're nice. Well, the individual dev is nice. I approve of them. I think I love them a little bit, but don't tell them. I think the reclaim here, if I didn't have such nice cards to play, I'd be less convinced. Presents here. Second presence to cover the Ravage. Maybe no Overgrow. So Gift, Shadows. We could just play Gift. We'll get the Safety First Defend in here anyway. But yeah, if you've got any questions about Spirit Island or this implementation of Spirit Island, I know several things about it. But then, do we look at a minor power or a major power? A major power could be the better option. We talk about a migrant programmer. Yes, his dry sense of humor is pretty excellent on the official streams. Yeah. I like just playing in person. Nice. Yeah, I started out playing just with my physical copy. But for streaming, it's I do occasionally stream with my physical copy, but it's tricky to balance playing the game, talking to chat, reading chat, and getting all the rules, and I'm not very good at that balance. Might give it a try. In person, it feels very slow-paced. Well, it varies a lot, I think, depending on group. Depending on how closely you're kind of, getting up in each other's business. Because there's quite a lot of complexity there by design. But yeah, I love this as a solo game, but I'm just not a very sociable person. I think we can do this just with Manifest Incarnation. So I think we aim to play this next turn and we look for a minor power. Oh, look at this card, my favourite. Elemental Boon, of course, has the perfect elements. Well done, Elemental Boon. Gift of Constancy will give me the extra energy to make sure I can play this next turn, and could get this extra 3 fear. We are, as green, we're not super wealthy. Especially solo green. To get this threshold from this extra 3 fear, it does mean we have to have a very particular turn. We have to have Fields, Manifest, Gift. No, we can't do that. Because we only have, unless we go with this option, we only have the 4 plays. So we kind of have to go Elemental Boon if we want this extra 3 fear. The trouble with the Elemental Boon is it costs an energy, right? Whereas Gift of Constancy gives you energy. But yeah, you can. So Killzor, you can try it for. I think you can play it for you can just try the app on mobile for free, but the Steam version is saying you have to pay for. But I heartily recommend it. I think I've got a few hundred hours in this, and yeah, and they're working on multiplayer as well. If that's something that interests you, that's in beta now. Is it hard to find players to play with? Oh god. Okay, so there is a whole Spirit Island scene that uses Tabletop Simulator. I'm kind of only on the edges of that just because I'm a Spirit Island fan. But there's a whole load of people that play it on Tabletop Simulator. If you're into Tabletop Simulator, That's a thing you can do. And they've actually got like all sorts of players. Very cool community. Constantly seems good for green because green runs out of energy soon. You played it on TTS. Yeah. So if anyone has a link for the second wave Discord, you can get... Yes, so Killzor, they're working on it. It's in beta at the moment, so they're not just saying they're working on it, they are working on it. And I think it's actually open beta as well. So I think you can get on that too. There's a Spirit Island Discord that you could join for finding players. Yeah, that's some... If anyone has a link for... I'm a bit of a boom when it comes to Discord. See if I can find out. I'm kind of terrible at using a computer. I'm also in about 150 Discords. All right, is this the one? Oh, thank you, Linduxt. Yeah, that's the one. I go in there occasionally. But because I'm not a very sociable person, right? So thank you, Linduxt. But yeah, very good community. There's a lot of people there that love Spirit Island. And people have I think quite a lot of variety of skill levels, as I understand it. But I'm only on the edges of that world. But that's the place. If you want to find some people to play Spirit Island with, that's the place. For TTS. Okay. What? I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to do some maths here. Not very good. Well, fear no. I'm pretty sure that's where everyone gets pointed to if they are up for playing online with other people. Hey, Lindux. Max score was level 5 or 6, I think. Yeah, I think they've got all sorts of levels in there. You're in Camp Constancy. Yeah, well, it is the best camp. I mean, it's the best card in the game. I do love Constancy. I just love how it, just how it looks, how it feels. Look at that. Just so noble. Just so constant. You know, when you need it, it's there. You play it, you can just keep it for the next turn if you like. I mean, yeah, I think on principle it's Constancy. Aside from my particular love of Constancy. The boon is too expensive. Our cards are actually pretty good for elements generally. If we do go Constancy... Can I just not count? I possibly could just not count. Yeah, if we go Constancy, I do need to get this threshold. I do need to find a whole other card. But I don't think I need this threshold. This probably means I can... Yeah, I think we go Constancy. I think Elemental Boon is about 5 times better in multi-spirit. So all you Elemental Boon fans. I see. Okay, we've got a Ravage here. As long as we just play any card with water on, we can defend that. And I think... I feel like this should be a... As long as I don't fluff this. We don't have a lot of time. We want to be playing this next turn. So, we're looking to get to Terra 3 and make sure there are no cities on the board. We are 3 cards away from Terra 3, so we need 12 fear, right? Actually playing this, we can remove a city and generate a load of fear. And it doesn't matter if it trips the end of the game, if it trips Blight from the Ravage, as long as we're looking tidy. I find that I generally don't like Constancy, says Linduxt. Seems like a waste of a card play a lot of times. This, however, this comes from someone who only just a DL2 managed to beat BP0 with every spirit on the app. Definitely not a strong player, but for my level, it seems like it does not help. Yeah, it's the benefit of it is not as obvious as the benefit of a card like this. Actually, no, this isn't the card you'd ever pick. What it kind of lets you do is push some of the edges, so you can delay your reclaim from your growth options. So now green's not a great example of this, but for a lot of spirits, their reclaim is their weakest option. And so by having Gift of Constancy, you can keep on you can reclaim either Constancy or another card and keep on playing and delay your reclaim. And what that does for you is it kind of powers you up. It kind of gets you a little bit ahead of the curve. But then it's not like that obvious an effect, probably, until you've got a few more games under your belt, or in your pipe, wherever you like to keep your games. But I really love it because it distorts the regular opening of a game. So if you get it as one of your first minor powers, it just shifts your opening in a way that's really interesting when you've played a chunk. Constantly early generates energy for mages, helps you skip reclaims. Even so, it's a huge boon, yeah. And look at it, it's beautiful. I mean, are you not mesmerized by the beauty of Constancy? Constancy, you could potentially play a good major 2 times in a row. Yeah, it's one of those. It's like it doesn't. I mean, it kind of does do something on its own because the energy gain is not insignificant either. Constancy does have drawbacks if you're playing a spirit with very low plays. Yeah. So, yeah, that's absolutely right. And compared to just like a defend card, and defend cards are amazing, you know. So I can, it's not the, it's the, I don't know, I'm just going to trail off. Sometimes you just got to trail off. Flipping peasants, delirious. Better to tack on 3+ plays or spirits that like the sun element. Okay, so our Gift of Constancy is going to mean that next turn we can play Manifest. We don't have the elements to get Threshold, so that's not worth thinking about. What is worth thinking about is that I can reclaim a card from this turn for next turn if I want to, which might even be Constancy to maybe enable back-to-back Manifests, if that's necessary, but it might not be necessary. Because when I play Manifest next turn, it's going to generate 7+ fear. Minimum 6+1 for the city and 1 for the present, so minimum 8 fear. So as long as I'm generating 4 fear this turn, we should be able to get that victory condition of getting to Terra 3 and there being no cities. Okay, so this turn there are no cities being built. There's only 1 city on the board. So we're gonna. So I could go with a turn where I spend no energy whatsoever. But I'm tempted by Rouse because it is an extra couple of damage, which when we add on Creeper's Tear is significant. Hang on, think about your Manifest for a second. You can only target the jungle. Yes. Yes. Am I missing something? I see no problem with that. This city's going to be there next turn. I'm not going to destroy this turn. I'm going to prevent there aren't going to be any city builds anywhere else. And so hopefully I can play this as a finisher. You need to deal with the build somehow. They're going to build a town here this turn, which I'm not worried about. Because if I use Manifest to remove the only city on the board and generate the remaining fear, it doesn't matter if it cascades. So I'm going to be preventing the Ravage next turn. So when this shifts down, this Ravage next turn. But what about these other Ravages? There's no build here. There's no build here. This probably we could just defend. So I probably want to keep these for next turn. So maybe next turn is something like Manifest, Stem Fields, and another plant card. If we go with the +3 energy growth option, we'll have enough energy for this stuff. So as long as I reclaim a plant card, then we've got a solid 4 defend in there. I'm not really sure what you're worried about, Glimmer. So given that these have water on, and we'd like the safe defend if we can, because if we do finish it with manifest, it'll be in the slow phase. Do you not play rouse this turn? They're not really interesting targets. I mean, I can. I don't see any benefit to not. I feel like I'm missing something. What's going on, chat? So, I'm gonna gain 2 energy this turn. Gets me up to 6. Are you got? I'm worried. What are you actually fretting about? Just trying to stop the Blight Cascade from the manifest. Don't care about the Blight Cascade from the manifest. Why are you worried? Why are you worried about that? I can always just kill the. I can always just use Creeper's Tear in here if you're worried about that. And you are winner of the week, so you know maybe as your winner of the week, your worries are my worries. The event card could, of course, just ruin everything. Oh, it's local diaspora. Oh, very low investment in Beast today. So, okay, it's from here. Oof, that could be a little bit annoying. Okay, luckily I can push an Explorer in here, and there is no extra damage there. So we could push a town in here if we wanted. So, but this actually does mean that I can't. The Glimmer Cascade will still happen. Oh, I could use Shadows of the Burning Forest actually to prevent the Glimmer Cascade. Someone's got to prevent the Glimmer Cascade. I'm not going to push this town into here, though. Oh, wait. I actually need to think about this. Because if I push the town in here, they'll build a city in here. If I push the town in here, they'll build a city in here. And I actually can't finish off a city in there. So I actually need to push this town up here. Yeah, that's better. That's better. And then I push explorers into these 2 lands. That's better. Towns mount to prevent city builds, yeah. You got it. So we'll push this beast. Push it in here, it's more likely to do something in there. Each pair adds a strife in a different land with these 2 invaders. And each invader takes 1 damage per strife it has. So we could kill an explorer in here. Yeah, we are still going to have the Glimmer Cascade. Unless I can squeak another presence in there. We're removing this city anyway. We're removing this town anyway. Let's just add it on our Explorer. Not the best use of a fear card. Skip the next normal Explorer. Okay, we're getting into the Funk Town. Each player removes an Explorer town from a land with a beast disease or at least 2 to harm. Well, we'll just remove this one then. Kind of tempting to keep this disease here, but we'll keep. I mean, we might get to clear the island buildings. Each player may gather an explorer into land with buildings or a town into land with cities. Okay, if I gather this explorer into here, then actually we're better placed to prevent the Glimmer overflow. Shadow still solves it, I think. Yeah, I mean, I've got a few things I can do. Yeah, in fact, the Shadow solves it perfectly because it gets rid of the extra explore around the town. Let's just gather one of these explorers out of there. Keep that a safer defend. Okay, so it could prevent the build here, but I'm not going to. I like having a sacred site over here. And we don't care about the towns. We'll see what our new card is. Okay, that's perfect elements for the extra fear, which means that we don't have to worry about the Glimmer Overflow. Assuming I can... I'm pretty sure that's the right pick. Next turn we have Jungle Sands Ravages. So this Ravage should be fine. This Ravage is fine. This Ravage is fine with the innate. This Ravage on the coastal jungle I'm preventing just by sacrificing presence. We'll take the portents. I actually haven't generated that much fear just yet, but we'll generate some now. But bear in mind we have just bumped an extra 3 on there. So we'll push these lads into here. Oh no, explore. Yeah, no explore. And we can now just do a little bit of extra destruction. Actually, we could destroy this town here. As this is perfect for manifest because it's one of each, so there's no need to mess with that. So yeah, just kill a town in here. It may as well kill the town in the desert, just for extra safety. Because, you know, you've got to love some safety. Yeah, this is okay. Okay, so I think we're now 8 fear away from a Terror 3 victory. We've got a jungle, we've got 1 2 damage Ravage to worry about, 1 damage, and then this one we're preventing. We want to grab a card back. We actually probably want to grab a 0-cost moon card. So we'll grab the shadows. And now we need to make sure we've got the energy. All of our companion cards are 0 cost. Oh. The problem with actually no, let's reclaim Gift of Power. We shouldn't need that extra fear. Though we might get unlucky and the event might turn one of these towns into a city. So did we have that? I think we had that in the last match, not this one. So we need 8 fear, we need to remove this city. No builds this round, so we should be okay now. So this was the plan here, to prevent the Ravage that was going to cascade in here. Then we actually need a bunch of energy. This is our only way of getting a bunch of energy. We have to look at a card. We'll just look at a minor power. And doesn't matter. So we'll just pick one. Okay, so hopefully this should be the finish. Okay, so we just need a sun card. Incidentally, we've got these other things. So we've got that particular threshold. Chris, drift! Get drift. Yeah, we'll get drift. Okay, so Creeper's Tear could deal with the fact that a city might get built in here by the event. We'll see. And Portents is only going to get us 2 fear, probably. But that's okay. We don't need all the fear. So we'll defend for 4 in there. We'll Portents in here. There's more like the beast might kill these explorers. I actually haven't... Yeah, we've got... This will generate enough fear. So the event, hopefully, Won't add a city that matters. Invaders do +3 damage when ravaging lands with Press. Unfortunately for them, they're playing as green. So we can just... There's only one... Oh, actually, that might matter. No, it doesn't. It almost matters. Each beast destroys an explorer, and then we've got Rouse the Spirits, which I do have. Okay, we might get to do this early. We get to do it early. So it's over. So Rouse the Spirits, each spirit with at least 3 Dahan among all its lands, and use a slow power now. So that, we did get an extra 3 damage from Destroy the Unnatural here, but luckily we have the 4 defend. Luckily. But we can just do this here now. And that should be it. 'Tis done. Look at all those fears. There are no cities. East Jungle with Blight. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Good call. Good call, Glemmer. I've not noticed. Well, he got scared to death. Exactly. That was quite a satisfying one. I was glad we could make Manifest work. Though look, we were 2 energy short. We didn't actually need constancy. We had the energy anyway, but you know. It's hard to unpick these things necessarily. What the hell happened? How much does that card produce? It produces a lot. Let's undo. It produces 6 anyway. +1 fear for each building. And typically you play this and land with a city in a town anyway, so it's 8 fear. If you get this threshold, it's another 3, so it's 11 fear. But it's expensive. Only targets lands with cities at 0 range, and it triggers a Ravage. So it's kind of... And it can be more, because actually it's 1 for each of your presence as well. So I think in theory you could stack a whole ton in here if you're using Volcano or something. With Elemental Boon, you would have had 1 energy too short. Ah, good point, Mega Chris. So I guess, yeah, we've done the science, and Constancy is better than Elemental Boon. Yeah. But there it is, the beauty. So yeah, we got to basically do this a turn earlier than we'd expected, and then the event meant we didn't have to survive the Ravage. But we kind of had a backup plan for the situation where they built an extra city somewhere, because we had good creeping. But yeah, Manifest is kind of silly. All right, let's run a last raffle. And if you win, you could actually claim a prize. No worries if you don't. Okay. No skin off my nose. All right, let's see who's around. Thanks for watching. All right, let's see. Oh God. Thanks for watching. I hear myself. Horrible. I'll be back with more Spirit Island next Friday, or on YouTube. And, oh, by the way, while we're wrapping up, I am going to be trying to dedicate my Saturday afternoons, maybe Saturday mornings as well, we'll see, to making new content for the YouTube channel, which won't be just streams. I'll keep doing the streams because they're fun. I do all this for fun, by the way. And I'm probably going to be trying to do beginner-friendly content. I feel like that's probably the thing I can be most helpful with, rather than, you know, I mean, I think the streams I tend to do harder things anyway. You managed to do the secondary of Briny Deep. I have. I've not done it in the app though. I saw an animation that looked pretty nice. Hey there, Benny. Just got this game, played about 10 times, only beat it once. Easy spirits. It's a hard game to pick up. Though I've played a lot. I've played over 200 games with my physical copy, and I've probably played a similar amount digital. So 10 games in, I was not winning all the time. So, I think I have done it on stream actually. Yeah. But yeah, so currently I'm thinking with the actual live streams, that's kind of covering the harder stuff because I'm doing challenges and things like that. Playing the Earth Guy. Benny, the Earth Guy is really tricky. Actually, there's a lot of easy mistakes you can make with the Earth Guy. A tricky character. Right. So yeah, if you've got any opinions on that, go on depth in the openings, standard, then fringe afterwards. Yeah, because I did start doing an opening series in the app, but I actually I'm thinking about making a series on the openings in just with my physical copy, because then I can be. It's like I love the app, but for the purposes of like setting up a position, it's not ideal because you can't just set up a position. Hey, Octo, thanks for the woohoo. The guy in the manifest art just got punished for pointing his sword. Oh, he did, didn't he? How dare you? Oh, nice win, Octo. Octo will claim their prize. I almost feel like I don't even need to put it in the claim channel. Octo is that reliable. Don't point your sword at lightning monsters. Yeah, it's a terrible idea. What spirit do you think is easiest to play, learn the game? I would say River. Because they've got a built-in game plan, which is to get enough plays and play all their cards and use the top tier of their innate, having pushed everything into one land. I don't think there's any other spirit where you can just sum up their plan like that, and for that reason I recommend River. Earth is cool, but tricky. It's very easy to make mistakes with Earth, like using the action skipping a little bit too much and then kind of running out of time. Very easy to do. Have a perfectly clean island, hardly any invaders, but you've run out of game. Mega Chris thinks River, strongest one of the low complexity spirits. Yeah, and also a lot of fun. Okay, let's finish up this game. So yeah, cool game. Good old manifest. We'll see. Oops, I actually forgot to win. 1 second. Because I undid it, didn't I? I'll try it out. I want to beat the game with each spirit and then move on to expansions. I primarily play solo. Yeah, it's a good way. It's a great game for solo. I primarily play it solo. What the hell's happened? Oh, is this because I have undone something? Okay, we've encountered some kind of bug. I don't know why it's telling me all these things. There's no cities on the island. It's undone my fear generation. Okay. Well. Oh, did it skip this? I have no idea what happened there. No, it cleared this land. Okay. I probably should report this as a bug. Let's try and be conscientious. Oh god, it's taking me to this weird form. Yeah, I'm not doing this. Sorry. There's me saying how much I love the devs. Yeah, there's some kind of bugs happen because of undoing. I undid because I wanted to. Yeah, so it looks like it's forgotten about the fear that was generated. There are some bugs. It's not perfect. Fangs can open like 5 ways. Standard's usually best. The presence top. Anyway, that game's done. So, I'm not going to play another game, but I was going to talk a little bit about why River I think is the best beginner spirit. So, it's got nice options, right? None of these options feel horrible to play. You can gain cards here and here, and look at these lovely tracks. Oh, beautiful. And this, your top tier of the innate, 2 damage to each invader. Okay, so it tells you, oh yeah, push everyone into one land, and then just play all your cards, and they have the right elements to get this. And so it's cool because it a lot of the other spirits, like Earth, very cool, but tricky, right? Harder to learn. This is a strong card, but actually often it's a mistake to play it. This is kind of cool, but it's funky to organise. And this Gift of Strength in pure solo is actually really hard to pull off. Hey, thanks for the follow, Benny. So, I mean, this is an incredibly strong card. But it's so easy to like keep the island clean and run out of time with this guy. Shadows, I think, is actually fine at low levels, but the opening is funky because you've got this weird blip where you've got like this 1 to 3, and you need to get to this 3 as soon as possible. But you also kind of need the second play. And if you don't get to here, if you don't get this early energy, it's really grim. I don't know. And you've got cool things to do with shadows and favors, but I don't want to spell everything out. Perfect Stillness to me seems to only delay the inevitable and still lose. Yeah, it's powerful in some circumstances, like against England at high levels, and it is still useful, but you just got to be really careful not to rely on it too much because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't make you fear. It doesn't destroy anything. But yeah, shadows is I love shadows, but it's key trick with concealing shadows and physical dew. You can't really repeat too much. You can do it a little bit. And then lightning, I actually, a lot of people recommend lightning for newer players, but I don't really like it for newer players because you've only got one way of gaining new cards. And you're kind of messing around with the fast slow thing, which I don't think is a real problem. But I don't know, for me this is like a really unbalanced spirit, especially if you're playing it on its own. I'm not saying it's not a cool spirit, but it's I don't know, I feel like this is not the ideal one for newer players. Lightning has that reclaim trap. Yeah, it's a kind of brutal one. A lot of spirits that have got the double presence placement, they really incentivize you to really hard push this. To play lightning well as well, you often have to play partial turns. So only play a few of your cards, which I don't know. It's interesting, but I don't like it that much. Stops builds though, that's pretty good. I mean, it's kind of good, but it's also a real trap. It looks like our intrepid Benny is aware of the fact that this does nothing on the board. I mean, preventing a city build could mean you win, but using this, I mean, the key thing I think with Earth is this defend 3 with a Sacred Site. This does a lot of heavy lifting in the early game, and Draw of the Future for Earth is an incredible card. You could potentially use it to prevent 2 builds, or to put your Dharma wherever you want them. Beautiful. Lightning's better in multiplayer games. Yeah. With a little bit of support, Lightning's a lot of fun, like getting some extra cards from other players. Lightning's strong if you double grow twice, top then bottom, play no cards and reclaim 2 you don't need to. Yeah, I see. I mean, I think it's not really as low complexity as the others, but I feel like the only really low complexity spirit is River. So yeah, it looks like, okay, we've got some endorsement of doing opening stuff with the YouTube channel. Different spirits make sense to different people, says Temperature. Some people like the directness of lightning, or Earth versus River, somewhat more indirect game plan. Yeah, exactly. And that's the amazing thing, is they're all so different. Even just in the base game spirits. So much to do. But I think I'd say the only spirits to really avoid from the base game are probably Bringer and Ocean at first, because they're very cool. I think they're probably Bringer, Ocean, Greed, probably my favourite base game spirits, but I wouldn't recommend them right at the start. But don't hold on too late either. Anyway, yeah, so probably the opening videos are what I'm going to work on. I'm going to try and turn around these streams, get them on YouTube faster than I have been. I've just been a bit slack. So so that won't happen immediately. I'll probably just catch up with the old ones. Get the opening series done. And actually I need to do my England video. How to beat England. Try River out. Also picked up Terraforming Mars at the same time as Spirit Island. Been looking for more solo-friendly games. Nice. Yeah, Terraforming Mars is a nice solo, but I've only soloed it on digital. I used to play a few different solo board games physically, and Spirit Island came along, and now other things really struggle. I mean, it didn't help that I lost most of my solo board game collection when my boat sank. That didn't help. But yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, I was going to raid someone. Oh yeah, I used to kind of semi-live on a boat. It's not the ideal place to keep board games, but I'm not too worried about how they look. It used to be like my escape place, and I did live on it to isolate. It was fun, but yeah, and it sank, and that was sad. Okay, that's actually... So, okay, I've got a little bit of encouragement to do some work on openings. I'm probably going to start with River. And then, yeah, I'll have to probably do some preparation for the later ones. But I think any kind of properly made content will be preferably aimed at beginners, because I think once you've played a chunk, I think at that point it's easier to like go on Discord or go on Board Game Geek. Or you'd also be able to follow people like solo playthroughs or me, and you kind of know what's going on. Okay, what's going on? Let's raid Tetscally. I love Tetscally. Don't tell anyone. It's my secret. Another solo game I meant to try is Friday. Card game, also an island, by the way. Oh, yeah, Friday's quite nice. I quite like it. I played like the first game of Under Falling Skies, and I'm somewhat appalled with myself. So we're going to rate Tets. I'd say Tets is a friend of the stream, though he's not really a board gamer. So I straddle the gap between the Noita community and the board game community. I am that gap. I guess Mr. Progressor's going to in that gap, but Mr. P doesn't stream as far as I know. Play the Friday game on a Friday. My copy of Friday died on the boat. Alas. So, Tets is playing Dishonored. It's a very cool game. I played a little bit of it. But the real attraction is Tets. Marvel at his face. Oh dear. Probably should have stopped recording. YouTubers don't need to see this. If you have max grain emotes, feel free to bust them out for Tets. Tets loves the grain. As do all the best people. Alright, bye for now. And let me know if you're watching on YouTube, or if you're in the Discord, if you've got ideas for things to do with the channel. Hopefully I'm going to be dedicating a good working day, I guess, a week-ish. Alright, that's enough. Bye.